I love it. Matthew, the launch for its own service now, like that, on my house. That was a probably a thought, doesn't even matter who the person goes. It's ass. It's more like you really want to. You're ready. Good afternoon. This meeting of the Indiana Election Commission is called back to order at 1:33 p.m. at the same location as this morning. The following members of the commission are present. Chair Beth Boyce, Susanna Wilson Overholt, Vice Chair, members Karen Celestino Horseman and John Westerkamp. Indiana Election Division staff, Co-Director Brad King, and Co-Director Angie Nussmeyer, I think, ran up to get her phone, so she'll be back shortly. Co-General Counsels Matthew Kochever and Valerie Wercheb. The court reporter is here today, Maria Collier from Stewart Richardson Deposition Services. Before we continue the meeting, I want to remind everyone on behalf of the court reporter to identify yourself when beginning to speak, spell your name when identifying yourself, speak clearly, and do not speak at the same time as others. First up, we have the ratification of campaign finance settlement agreements. We'll have a presentation by Ms. Taylor and Ms. Thompson. I'd like to recognize the election division. It is. It's state laws. I recognize the election division's campaign finance staff, Ms. Taylor and Ms. Thompson, to present information concerning several campaign finance settlement agreements entered into on behalf of the commission. So this is the first 4 pages, the press. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I just ask a question. In the future, would it be possible to see what the in the absence of a settlement agreement, what the fine would otherwise be with that information, just for the members of the commission? In the absence of some setup.
Fine.
Oh, okay.
Fine. It's $50 per calendar day. Here's $700 and paid.
Okay.
Very important to make record.
Thanks for that clarification.
So it is.
Yep.
Okay, is there a motion to ratify the campaign finance settlement agreements as presented? Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and the motion to ratify the agreements is adopted. Next, we'll administer the oath. Any person who plans to testify at today's meeting on any matter, including candidate challenges and campaign finance matters, please stand for the administration of the oath.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Please raise your right hand. Please say I do after recitation of the oath. Do you solemnly swear under the pains and penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give to the Indiana Election Commission is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, next we will get into the campaign finance enforcement matters, an opportunity for committees with representatives to present today and accept reduced penalties. I do think first we were going to go over and give Michelle and Abby a chance to comment on a few issues.
Okay. Madam Chairman, members of the commission, we have 7 committees who notified us that we sent out the wrong notice in December. In December, I don't know what I did. No, I did it. I will own it. I don't know how I did it, but I managed to send out the notice for the 2020 annual instead of the 2024 annual. So the due date in the letter that we sent out to candidates was due January 20th of 2021. The deadline was January 15th or 17th of 2025. 7 committees were like, hey, we didn't file on the 15th because your letter said the 21st. So we've got 7 committees that we would request that you dismiss because we screwed up. We dropped that ball. Adam Taylor screwed that up. I'll give you the cause numbers. 2025-7683-262, committee to elect Tammy Dixon Tatum. Cause number 2025-7903-278, committee to elect Ivan Ursery II. 2025-7941-285, committee to elect Tim R. Yoakum, State Representative, District 42. 2025-7947-289, Whitmer for Indy. 2025-6822-210, committee to elect John T. Young. 2025-7322-231, Freds of Edward Comstock. And 2025-7731-266, committee to elect Mark Spellbrain. I have page numbers if you wanted to look at those. Okay, tell me what you want.
So are you looking at so they've moved to dismiss, and so what you're seeking is our.
We're asking you to
You're asking
dismiss.
So technically, could be on the commission. Make a motion to dismiss.
Is there a motion?
We dismissed 7 complaints impacted by. Yes. I move that, we dismiss these 7 cases, which alerted us to the fact that the letter we sent out informing them of the deadline to file. We sent out the incorrect deadline. It's not their fault. So therefore, I move that we dismiss those 7 cases. They kindly notified us, and that was the important part. They got back to us and asked.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it. I have 2 questions, though, anticipating discussion.
Safe to say.
Have the right notices been sent out?
By the time we learned, we sent
Okay.
out the wrong notice. It was days ahead of the deadline, so the mail
was a
was
moot
not going to
point.
get them out anyway.
And is there any reason to suspect there's others that we didn't catch in those 7? I just want to ask that question.
We sent out roughly 400 to 500 notices with the wrong date. 7 committees let us know that it was the wrong date. A handful of others had called in and like, hey, is this the right date or the wrong date? But they filed on time because the deadline was, it was well past 2021, but I screwed up. I said
it's okay.
one out.
Appreciate that. I just want to clarify.
I imagine we might be from
Yeah.
more to.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. But consistency will be important.
Yes.
And after we get the second.
Okay, we have Sean made a second. So any more
And then
comment?
my premise motion, you know, if you get a notice from a government agency or anyone to whom you may have an obligation, and it has a date that is suspect in it, you cannot just simply sit back and not do anything about it. You also have an obligation. You've been notified that something is due. You don't understand why they gave this date, so you've got to call and ask. That's the way it works in every. But so this is an unfortunate situation. There were 7 groups that called and asked. So those 7, because they took that initiative and incentive, that's why I moved to dismiss the whole incident.
Sure. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion, questions? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it and the motion is granted. Okay, before proceeding with campaign
There's one more.
finance, oh, I'm so sorry. You had one more. I
There's-
apologize.
We, I managed to screw up again in 2024 and had a stack of things on my desk that I just let get buried. And there were 5 libertarian candidates who filed everything on time on paper. But because I screwed up and let it get buried, I didn't open their committees online, so they couldn't get online to file their reports and they missed that reporting deadline. We've got 5 of those that we're also requesting you dismiss because we screwed that up. 2025-7957-294, Tim Cotton for Senate District 10. 2025-7959-295, Libby for Liberty. 2025-7961-296, South Bend for Liberty. 2025-7958-425, Run with Renholzberger. And 2025-7956-426, Ronnie the Libertarian.
Sure.
So have these, so the issue was that you didn't, and you don't need to keep. So it's a new year, right? It's a new year. But so for these, so they were, the committees hadn't been open, so they couldn't.
We didn't click accept online. They did their part online. They filed the signed paperwork. I did not go hit accept, so they couldn't get online to file their post-convention reports.
So have they since filed
Oh,
those
yeah.
reports? Okay,
Yes.
that's what I wanted to know.
Yes, and some of these committees are closed.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to do the same, I guess, than requesting to dismiss?
Dismissed on these 5,
Mhm.
yes.
So moved.
Is there a motion?
Yeah.
John made a
I
motion.
just did.
Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it and the motion is granted. Is passed. Yes. Okay, before proceeding with campaign finance enforcement actions, we have customarily given any committee present a final opportunity to pay a reduced civil penalty by waiving the right to present evidence and arguments to the commission. Of course, any committee is welcome to present evidence and arguments for the proposed penalty to be waived or reduced. But this has been an opportunity for those who want to waive any presentation and accept a reduced penalty without making argument or presentation. Therefore, I move the adoption of the following arrangements. If this is the committee's first violation, the arrangement is for the committee to agree to pay 25% of the proposed fine, plus mailing costs. If this is the committee's second violation, the arrangement is for the committee to agree to pay 50% of the proposed fine, plus mailing costs. If this is the committee's third violation, the committee would agree to pay 75% of the proposed violation, plus mailing costs. For purposes of this arrangement, a previous settlement agreement entered into by the committee will be counted as one violation. Likewise, if more than one alleged violation occurred on the same calendar day, that group of violations shall be counted as one violation. That was a motion, so I would need a second to this motion.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to say we handle this every year. So, and we usually pass this every year. So let me in on the secret. This is the sweetest deal that you are going to get today. You are not going to be offered anything less, unless you are found that you didn't violate the campaign election law. And that is pretty unlikely because that's what happens. These rules are, while difficult, while complex in some cases, you are expected to know them. So if you don't take this deal right now and you get a sweetheart of a deal, 25% of the penalty if it's your first time, even if you have more than one violation today, will only count as one violation in the future. If you have more than one problem, not more than one problem in the past, we're willing to still give you a discount. All that goes out the window as soon as this opportunity is closed. Now, let me tell you about some of the excuses we do not follow. We don't allow. We have the discretion. We're charged with enforcing the law, and we have a certain amount of discretion. So when we've had people come in and say, oh my God, I had a heart attack and they had to amputate my leg and it was 24 hours before my campaign finance report was due, we have, upon occasion, let that slide. But we do not let slide typically things like the dog ate my campaign finance report. I forgot to put it on my calendar. I didn't know it was due. I thought my campaign treasurer did it. I thought this got taken care of. No, the rules are the rules, and especially in this age and time right now, because campaign finance is coming under so much scrutiny. And we administer these rules regardless of your party, regardless of an elected position you might hold or have been running for. It doesn't matter. We try to be very uniform in the administration of these rules. So if you are so inclined to walk out of here today or know at this very instant how much you're going to have to pay, what you're going to be responsible for, I encourage you to take the deal. If you're one of those who likes, hey, let's go for the crapshoot, fine, but do not be disappointed if you end up being socked for the whole amount or more than what the deal is. Just wanted to make it all very clear.
Thank you. Any other discussion, questions? If there's no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it and the motion is adopted. The commission will begin with committees whose representatives are seated in the front row of the room and ask those who wish to accept these arrangements to please step forward and be recognized to confirm the committee's acceptance of the agreement.
She said the front rows.
Just the front few rows.
Said the front rows.
Right there.
Okay.
We appreciate being in a hurry to do it.
Yeah. Okay, remember that this is not a time for anyone to make their case, to ask for a reduction or waiver of the proposed penalty. Simply state your name, the name of your committee, your own name as its representative, and your enforcement action cause number, if you have that available for staff, and confirm verbally that you are accepting this arrangement.
Okay. My name is Estela Espinosa. I'm for Secretary for Rios Committee.
Rios Committee.
Madam
Rios.
Chairman, page 57, this is Rios Committee, calls number 2025-7612-97. Has a proposed civil penalty of $300.66 and has not been before the commission before.
Okay, page 57. Sit down. Okay. Okay, so it would be a first time
First time.
agreement or arrangement, which would be 25%.
Yes.
Okay.
Plus mailing.
Plus mailing costs, yes.
That's key. We really focus on the mailing cost.
66 cents really is. Yeah. Okay, so just for clarification from maybe the staff, do we take each one individually and vote on this?
Yes.
Okay, stating that, yeah, okay. Okay, so in the case. What, okay, could you then confirm the reduction amount?
It'd be $75.66.
Okay, $75.66. Okay, $75.66.
Plus family. Oops.
I think
That's why.
that includes, yeah,
Okay.
okay.
ESDELA, last name ESBINOSA.
Okay, so it would be a total fee of $75.66.
Compared to the original 300, quite a deal.
300, yeah, the penalty was $300.66. So, okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, very good. Thank you. Next.
David Horvath, DAVID HOR, V as in Victor, ATH, Friends of Scott Horvath. And I've got a cause number. It's going to be 2025-7120-221.
$31.
On page 123.
Wow.
Friends of Scott Horvath, cause number 2025-7120-221. He has paid one settlement agreement, so this is the second time before the commission with the proposed civil penalty of $1,000.73.
He's got another one.
He's got another one.
31.
Page which one?
31. I was so proud of this.
That's very.
I was going on.
Page 31, cause number 2025-7120-51 with the proposed civil penalty of $1,000.66. So the grand total at 50% would be $1,000 and $1,001.23, 33 cents. 13 cents.
$1,001.
32 cents. Okay.
Are you willing to accept that deal?
So
You're willing to accept that arrangement, make that payment?
So you had two
yes,
separate.
we are
causes.
finally disbanded. So yeah.
Okay, so the total for the two would be $1,001.32.
32 cents.
So under the deal, it would have been $2,000.
Yeah.
Plus, it would have been counted as two penalties, which meant in the future that if you then decided again for another penalty, you would have been on his third one and would bump up the amount that he would have to pay. So it's an added advantage of only having two complaints combined into one.
Any other questions, thoughts? I will have a motion.
I'd move approval of the reduced penalty.
Okay.
Not stated.
And a second? Yeah. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay? Okay, very good. Thank you.
May I?
On clarification of this case,
Clarification, because I think I got partial.
yes, this is, yeah,
Not yours, right? I'm sorry, not yours, it's on one.
okay, you're
So,
done. Thank you.
There are some in,
Yes,
oh, I'm sorry. Michael, yeah, YOUNG. There are some I would be more than happy to take that agreement with, but there are 4 for small amounts and the January filing that I would want to make presentations, but on the other ones, I don't have a problem with making that deal.
You
So
can
should I, when I come forward, should I point out then
Yes.
at that point, which ones I agree to, is the offer that you have? And then
Yes.
just discuss the other. ones?
right,
Yeah, just do it all. Let's say, yeah, when you're.
Okay,
okay,
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that you separate those.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So what you're saying is that you have, I don't know how many you have, to deal with you today, all for yours.
Yeah.
So you have some that you want to take the deal on and some that you have questions on.
Yeah, that I want the challenge. Yeah, right.
I would suggest we'll do your agreements now. And then we'll, if you're contesting something that you're staying for, yes,
Okay, let me get those together and then finish in a second.
yes.
Madam
Second
Chair,
about the.
can we ask, Angie, I think she might have a thought as to that might cost me procedural. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know if it's a procedural issue, Madam Chair. It's just part of it may be further waived or reduced from the plea. So those, the one lump that he wants to challenge, right, would be at the end. But then you also have the offenses that would be part of the plea agreement that you might want to factor into what he may present at the end. And so I think previously issues like this, we've generally handled at the end for the full presentation rather than during the piecemeal.
Either way, it's fine with me, how you choose.
So in other words, I think what Angie's saying is that facts that may be presented.
Sure.
And then the ones that's waived, then.
I mean, I would probably argue you could consider the facts later if we did it separately. But okay, why don't you just sit and we'll just deal with yours
Okay.
at the end or later after we get into the next.
Madam Chair, if I might, Maria, with the first committee, was there a motion and a second or just a vote? Could you look at the record for us?
I think there was a motion. I think we did.
I just want to make sure because
Sure,
it's an important part of what we do.
sure. While she's checking, do we want to go like the next two rows? If you guys would like, anybody that's interested, please come up while we're waiting. Yes. Yeah, I'm just figuring they can move around while you're checking.
If you have you could form a line, just
Yeah.
form back and we can do this as expeditiously as possible.
Exactly.
The theme for the day. It always.
Hi, Eric
Hold
Griffin.
on 1 second. Sorry, we're trying to confirm something real quick.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, I got it written down. I got it written down.
Correct.
Yes.
397. He's right here. He's on your list.
Sure.
Could we? He was wondering. I am not saying about I was there to say aye.
Well, that was a good catch. Okay, good catch on that, Angie. Okay, so we'll go back and so we took a vote, but I apologize. There was not a motion and a second. So this was on the first one, which was, I think the last name was Rios, the committee name. So if I could look for a motion to adopt that, which again, we already voted on, but we need a motion and a second.
That deal made with, I move that we accept the deal made with the Rios committee.
Second.
And a second. Okay. Should we vote again? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry about that delay.
That's all right. Joseph, Joseph. Last name is Bookwalter, Bookwalter. 2025-7916-365.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, this is on page 198.
Walter for Senate, clause number 2025-7916-365 has a proposed civil penalty of $950.68. This committee has not been before the commission before.
Okay, so we're looking at a 25%.
Would be. All right, did it backwards. Total is $237.50.
Okay, so the fee was $950.68. A 25% of that would be $237.50
Plus mail.
plus mailing costs.
$238.
I thought that was included in that. 238, what did you say?
18 cents.
18 cents. Okay. Is there a motion and a second to accept this agreement?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, nay. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I might just very quickly.
Yes.
For those of you taking the plea agreement, you will not get a bill until the commission meets again, and there will be notice mailed to you after the commission adopts those. So there's no payment expected today, and you won't get information on how to pay it until the next commission meeting is scheduled to deal with campaign finance matters. There is not.
But you don't have to come back for that other meeting.
For the
either,
payment.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to come back.
Thank you. Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name's Lonnie Randolph. I'm here on behalf of the committee to elect Lonnie Randolph, administrative clause number 2025-5719-397.
This is on page 214. It's committee to elect Attorney Lonnie M. Randolph, cause number 2025-5719-397. It is his fourth time before the commission for a proposed civil penalty of $1,000 and a mail cost of 73 cents.
First time?
You paid this is your second time before the commission, and you paid 2 settlement agreements. So this is the fourth delinquency.
$50 one. There's another one, that was some years ago.
It shows the dates.
I would say, since you've had our records show if you want to come back and plead your case, you can, but
Well-
otherwise, right now, you
Pay the full.
don't really get a deal at this point, so you can wait and.
I'm not denying, this, I was late for a supplemental report, so I happen to make it.
Okay.
So do you want to pay the full? You'd have to pay the
Pay the
full
full
amount.
amount.
then.
For a supplemental report?
For the,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, you'd have to.
obviously the penalty reflects the fourth.
The penalty, the fine is $1,000 plus 73 cents in mailing costs.
But the fine $1,000 based upon, she said, 4 additional reports?
No, that's so in terms of the deals that we have, it's a 25, the reductions are based on 25% if it's your first violation,
Yeah.
50% if it's your second, 75% if it's your third, and after that,
Yeah.
there are no reductions. So
Yeah.
there's no
Yeah, I'm
discount.
aware of one other one years ago where I did a late report. And I think I paid $50, I think that's by mail. That's
So it
some time.
shows here in 2008, you had a delinquency in 22, 23, and then the 24 supplemental.
So I had
So,
3 delinquencies.
so this is the fourth,
Yeah.
sorry.
So what's the penalty for this one then?
So the total is the full amount, which is $1,000, and then the 73 cents of a mailing cost.
There's no percentage reduction based on this agreement, no?
No, because you.
It's your fourth
There's
time.
no agreement then.
Right, there's no, that's why I said.
The agreement is you have to pay in full.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I said you can either, I mean, if you want to pay it, although I don't know. As you heard from Commissioner Celestino Horseman, I'm not sure what arguments you would have that would persuade
Yeah.
us to reduce it
I
anyway.
did not come here to make an argument. I just
Yeah.
came here to say,
Okay.
yes, I was late.
Okay.
Fine, whatever.
Okay.
fine, I'll pay it. Okay. So what I have to do is.
Nothing.
Nothing, actually, I guess. Well,
Okay, so I think we should, look for a motion and a second to impose the full fine. And then As Co-Director Nussmeyer said, you will get further instructions in the mail as to how and when to pay.
Let me ask, can that fine be paid out of the campaign funds that you have?
Right, you declined it.
Yes.
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 Well, mail notice.
Yes. Okay, so let's have a motion and a second.
I move that the full fine plus mailing cost be imposed on the Randolph campaign.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose, nay. Okay, thank you.
Come through?
And thank you for being so cooperative and not
Yes.
in everybody's city. We appreciate it very much.
Like I said, thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Okay, next.
My name is Serena Williams. Serena's Sarina Williams, Williams, and it's Serena Williams for State Representative. Cause number 2025-7570-248.
Madam Chairman, this is on page 137.
Okay.
Serena Williams for State Representative, cause number 2025-7570-248. As a proposed civil penalty of $350.73 has not been before the commission.
Okay, so this is your first
Yes.
time, so this would be a 25% of that total. Again, the fine is $350 and the mailing cost is 73 cents. So I don't know, someone tell
I'm
me
doing
what.
it quickly.
Thank you.
87.50
Okay.
73.
plus 73 cents.
Okay,
$88.23.
okay, so the total penalty $87.50 and then the mailing cost of 73 cents. So the total is $88.23. I would look for a motion in a second to approve this agreement.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, up next.
Hello, name is Kyle Rourke. Spelling is K as in kilo, E as in echo, I as in island, L as in Lima, Rourke, R as in Romeo, Oscar, Alpha, Romeo, Kilo. And the committee is Kyle Rourke for Indiana. Cause number is 2025-761498.
It's on page 57. Kyle O'Rourke for Indiana, cause number 2025-7614-98. Proposed civil penalty of $500 plus 66 cents. It is his first time before the commission.
Okay, so again, we're at the 25%.
So it'll be $125.66.
Yes, okay. So it'd be $125 penalty plus the 66 cents for the mailing costs. Do we have a motion and a second to approve this agreement?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Very good.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Okay.
Hello, cause number 2025-7848-395, Committee Wells for Indiana, Representative Candidate Destiny Wells. Here for a penalty for a late supplemental. To my knowledge, it is my first. And I'd like to accept the proposed settlement of what I have been told is $350, which would amount to with postage $88.23.
Madam Chairman, this is on page 213. Wells for Indiana 2025-7848-395 has a proposed civil penalty of $350.73, and this is her first time before the commission.
Okay.
So total would be $88.23.
That includes the 73 cents.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so with the fine plus the mailing cost, the total would be $88.23. Do we have a motion and a second to approve this agreement?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Very good. Thank you.
For your service too.
Okay.
Ray Anderson, RayAnderson, White County Democrat Central Committee. I had a question. I have three of them, so I've heard this, I think I heard this correct. It would be all, if I took the deal, because this is the first, it would be all that combined, right?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Cause number, well, there's three, 2025, 6219, 129, 145, and 304. I know it's gonna make them a mess there.
It's okay.
I've given up trying to find.
Yeah.
First is on
too.
the bottom of page 72, top of page 73. $1,000.66. The second is on page 81. Proposed civil penalty of $1,000.66, and the third is on page 166.
What was the third page?
166.
Thank you.
And this one is proposed civil penalty of $300.73. This is the first time before the commission for this committee, so 25% is $575 plus $2 and something.
That's adding all three of them together.
Yes,
Because we've got,
so $577.05 for the total for all three.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you say that again? The total?
$577.05.
Fives.
Yeah. Then this will be the last time this happens, I tell you.
Okay, so with the three cases here, the total is with the mailing cost is at a 25% agreement. It's $577.05. Correct?
Yes.
05, yeah.
oh, that includes the mailing costs?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay, I need a motion and a second to approve the agreement.
So moved.
Okay, second.
Second,
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Very good, thank you. Next,
Hi, I'm Michael Erler, ERLER, Treasurer of the Excellent Government for Indiana PAC. I have 5. No.
We've got them by page numbers, so give us a second.
They all start with the same 8 digits. Can I read those once and then the other 4?
Yeah.
2025 -7200 -150 55 347 311 and 227.
You've been before the commission 3 other times and paid a settlement agreement, so I don't believe you're eligible for the reduction because this is your 5th.
Really? Okay, yeah, no, I can't afford 75%. I thought it was the last minute standing. I didn't know there was it's been 20, it was only alive for 2 months. 2019, total 16,000 in and out. You sure?
I don't know what
well,
page.
well, it's the problem is he's got
He's been here
others,
several
yeah, he's been here.
times.
Well, if you want to sit down, we can, you can
Yeah.
state your case after we're done with these
I'll
agreements.
do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next.
My name is Yvonne Metcalf. I'm here for Yvonne Metcalf for state representative. You need my cause number,
Yes, please.
2025-7940-390.
290.
Yes.
Page 159, I think. Nope.
No, it's not.
Is this an old one? Hold on.
390 is the last three.
There's not really rhyme or reason to the, I mean, there is, but there's not.
Sometimes there's not.
2025. That's why we couldn't find it.
Oh, yeah, not too many.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that I'm not on.
211, there you go.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yvonne Metcalf for state rep, cause number 2025-7940-390. Has a proposed civil penalty of $1,000.68. Has paid one settlement agreement, so this is the second time before the commission.
So-
I've never been here before.
You paid a settlement agreement for a late 2024 pre-primary report?
That's what this is for, right?
No, this is for the late supplemental CFA 11.
Okay, so a second time would be 50%. So 50% of the fine is $1,000, so that would be $500 plus the mailing costs, so it would be $500.68.
Okay.
Okay, I need a motion and a second to approve the agreement.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, thank you. Next.
My name is Pablo Hurtado and the cause is 2025-7308-62. PABLO HURTADO.
It's on page 38. It's Friends of Pablo, cause number 2025-7308-62. He's got two, so let me find the second.
Yeah, this is the third.
He paid one settlement and, oh no, he's been before,
This
one
is
other,
the
so
third.
there's two on this, not, I'm sorry, there's two.
Yeah, I got this letter. I don't know if there was another letter sent for the other one. I don't live at the house where it was mailed because I don't live in Indiana anymore.
I think they need it.
So
This is the 23rd.
You said you no longer live in Indiana. Is your committee closed?
yes, it's closed. Yeah, I closed it this year, I believe. Yeah,
229, where is
it was
When?
this year.
The other
Yeah,
one
I
is
know
on
it's
page
happening.
128, clause number 2025-7308-229, proposed civil penalty of $1,000 for a grand total of $1,500 and or $1,501.23, 13 cents. Half of that would be,
Well, isn't it, this is the third time,
no,
right?
this is the second.
Oh, second, okay. So 50% of that.
So
73.
751.
And I think it means he only made one deal.
$1.39.
Right.
Yeah, Senor Donald, do we have your mailing address current?
Pablo, and yeah, it should be. I have all my mail forwarded and I have my address updated, but I don't know if the tenant of my house just didn't give me the other one. I don't know where the other one was mailed out. My house, I sold it to my dad, so he actually sent me a photo of the one that came in than what the number I gave. Do they get lumped in like annually? So would that be one and then the other, or would they get lumped together?
They were in the same envelope.
Oh, were they? Okay.
Yes.
Can I ask a point of clarification from staff?
Yes.
So it seems like there's 3 different delinquencies listed in our
This is
folder.
the second time before the commission. The
Okay.
2022 annual was heard at the commission hearing in September of 23, I believe.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be sure.
Okay, so for, also, can you remind me this amount? So it's half, so it's
$751.39.
39 cents. Okay. Okay, so for the two, the total of $751.39. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the agreement?
So moved.
Second,
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Robin Williams, for Robin Williams for Indiana. The administrative cause number is 2025-7643-102. I am a little mystified as to why I'm here because I closed my committee at the end of my cycle in January of 2023. So I'm not quite sure why I received those.
Are you here to take a deal or are you arguing a
And if
case?
there is something to take a deal on, I'm not quite sure.
Let's-
That's where.
Yeah, let's see what's,
Madam Chairman, this is on page 59. This is Robin Williams for Indiana, cause number 2025-7643-102.
Okay.
Has a proposed civil penalty of $300.66, and this is her second time before the commission.
okay,
And the committee's closed.
committee is closed.
And this was for failure to file the annual report for 2023,
Yes,
and that was due in 2023?
doing 2024.
24.
24. So, and that's due, even though the committee was closed, you still have to file it.
It was not closed before that.
Oh, okay.
But since has been
But it's
closed.
since-
It was my understanding that it was closed when I turned in the report in January 2023. That's what I thought, so.
Mm-mm.
Sounds like, I think if you want to argue that, you should probably wait. Otherwise, what we're doing now is you're here, you'd be accepting a deal for, it's the second violation, so $150 plus mailing costs. If you are trying not to pay anything, you can sit down and wait and argue your
Okay.
case.
Thank you.
Okay, next. Let's remember that. Okay.
Hi, I'm Carla Lopez Owens and I have 2 cost numbers. Should I just read them off?
Yeah, sure.
The first one is 2025-7556-90. And the second one is 2025-7556-246.
The first one is on page 53. Carla Lopez Owens for State Senate District 46, cause number 2025-7556-90. Proposed civil penalty of $500. The second one is on page 136/137. Cause number 2025-7556-246 with the proposed civil penalty of $400.73. This is her first time before the commission.
Okay, so the 2 fines, one is 500 and one is 400. So this would be a 25%.
That's $225.
$225.
Plus mails, $226.39.
Okay, so plus the mail, total fine, $226.39.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the agreement?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, in the next 2 rows. Oh, yep.
Sorry.
Okay, sure.
We're not objecting to anything, but it is going to be our 4th time. And so the question is, we don't. What we have, we believe is okay.
Okay.
We're not objecting, but Happy to.
So that's really what we did at the beginning, right? Is everybody that kind of accepted the
That's
term?
what I think that's what, are you asking if there's a deal, if it's your fourth time, you can still take a deal? I don't think there's a deal.
None of
There's
you
no
need to
deal.
leave.
Yeah.
You're trying to say we'll pay it. Just
Yeah.
to say- Okay. Sorry, Mr. Fairbank, just trying to, cut to the chase.
So this is good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you're good.
I'm good.
Yeah.
So you.
I need to get him on the record.
Okay, so yeah, let's do state your name, spell your name so we can have this in the record.
With cause number, please.
Yes. please.
Probably spell your last name for the court.
Yeah, F like Frank, EHRIBACH.
Okay.
Cause number is 2025-5555335.
335.
Yeah. And there, the first one was 09. I don't know if there's a difference because some fall off. I didn't think so.
I don't think so.
Hoosiers for an Inclusive Indiana?
Yes.
Okay. Cause number 2025-5555-335 has a proposed civil penalty of $150.68, and this will be their fourth time before the commission.
Yes. Okay.
Page number.
I'm sorry, 183.
So at this point, obviously, he recognizes there is no deal. So should we just adopt this at face value? And then understanding when you get the information, you'll make payment. Okay, so let's have a motion and a second to reflect that.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Total number is.
Total amount, $150.68.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
No, yeah, 150. Thank you.
Thank you all. Great seeing you all.
My name is Stephen Perkins, STEPHENPERKINS. I'm with the Progressive Democrats of LaPorte County. I have a file number, but I don't have a case number. The file number is 7949. And it's for late filing of our first report. So I believe we're eligible for the deal.
File number?
7949.
7949. He doesn't have one.
Okay, just give us 1 second.
Maybe 372. Progressive Democrats of LaPorte County.
That's correct.
Okay, page 202. Clause number 2025-7949-372 has a proposed civil penalty of $650.68. And this is the first time before the commission.
Okay, so it would be
$162.50 plus 68 cents, $163.18.
okay. $163.18.
Okay.
The 25% plus the mailing costs. Do we have a motion and a second to approve this agreement?
$163.18.
Oh, I thought that's what I said. I'm sorry. 106. Yeah. 163.18. Yes. Thank you. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Very good.
Very much.
Thank you. Up next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joshua Vergils. That's Victor Echo Romeo, Golf India Echo Lima Sierra. And I am speaking to you today in regards to cause number 2025-7701-297.
Madam Chairman, while Abby is looking at information, may I address the commission?
Yes.
My
Can you
name-
please state your name?
My name
Yes.
is Evan McMahon. EVAN, MCM, and I'm the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Indiana. And Mr. Virgil's documents, he's going to take the deal, but something that I wanted to bring to the commission's attention is a problem with the reporting system. This was for a pre-convention report. Our Libertarian Party convention was in the end of March last year. His notice on the campaign finance portal said the report was due March 31st. He filed his report March 25th. It was actually due in early February because it's due before the convention. But the portal says March 31st. In fact, even the notice that he received for this hearing says it was because he failed to file his report on March 31st, even though he filed it on March 25th. This has been an ongoing issue for libertarian candidates where they log into the portal and they see a date and they think that's when they're supposed to file, and then they end up having to come here to pay a fine. So we'd like
What's
to be
the
addressed.
discrepancy of the dates? I don't understand.
They gave the wrong
This is
date.
my first hearing, so why would it have been so different?
Okay, so libertarians have a whole separate universe of
Sure.
filing deadlines.
Okay,
They know that, we know that. It's not the pre-primary report, so it's not a like enter the report and go ahead and assign it to all of the committees. We have to do them one at a time. This is on page 163. Sorry, we're getting all over the place. We have to individually assign the pre and post convention reports to the libertarian candidates. There's no assigned committees like we do for Democrat, Republican, pre-primary, pre-elect annual reports for all committees. Our notes say that Mr. Virgils created his own report with the incorrect filing deadlines. He says that the system created the report. There's no way, I have no idea how it went. It wouldn't surprise me if the system created the wrong filing because the system is 1997 technology and it's just plugging along, barely making it up the hill. Anyway, proposed civil penalty of $1,000 with a mail cost of 68 cents.
well, it feels hard to
So
want
you've
to impose
requested the
fine.
deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not challenging that it was late. I just want to make you guys aware that there's conflicting information from the Secretary of State's office. So,
As
But
was
wait, so
stated-
you knew it was late?
As was stated by one of the members, that failing to meet the deadline, it's your responsibility to know the deadline. It's actually what I've said to Mr. Virgils is.
Right.
It's our responsibility to know the deadline, not to trust that the state is accurate when reporting when it's due for us. So it is late because of that, but it was late because of a system error that is systemic for libertarian candidates. Something that I wanted to bring to the commission so the commission can maybe ask the state of Indiana to update the software just within the last 15, 20 years would be good.
Madam Chair, if I might though, for libertarian candidates, their pre-convention report is required if they have a committee, but we also don't necessarily know they're going to be a candidate at their convention. So the ability for us to tell somebody when a pre-convention report is due is truly not possible without someone telling us ahead of time that this individual is going to file to run for this office at the Libertarian Party convention. So yes, our 30-year-old campaign finance software that's woefully in need of complete rip and replace until we get funded by the legislature and the Secretary of State, that's not going to happen. But part of the issue too stems from the way the law is written and how pre and post convention reports are done, because we don't have visibility to those candidates for the staff to go in and assign those reports to those individuals so that they get the correct deadlines. It's just
For clarification, that's kind of hard to understand is Mr. Virgils had a committee open. He would not have had to file a pre-convention report if he didn't run for office. But because he sought the nomination at the convention and had the committee open, he had to file a pre-convention report. So
And
it's a lot of chicken and the egg stuff. that's kind of crazy.
And the convention candidates do not file with our office. They only file with their respective political parties. That he was a candidate to tell him that a pre-convention report was due. And that is just a function of not just the software, but the way the law is written and how
The
all of these
party,
things
your
come
party
together.
rules.
Libertarians specifically, we don't,
It's state law.
yeah, we don't know specifically, so I'm gonna make up dates, but it'll be the correct months. The convention's in March, we'll say March tenth, which means the pre-convention report would have been due February tenth. The post-convention report will be due March thirtieth. We don't get their candidate list until April fifth. So after all of the reports were due, everything was due, then we learned who their candidates were, what committees were open before the convention, and they had to file the pre-convention that we didn't know that they existed until after the convention. Same with the post-convention reports. So they get a bad deal out of this because of the way the law is written. We don't even know their candidates until after everything was already due.
And just one other thing, the staff at the election division is amazing. I tell our candidates and county parties all the time. It's very nonpartisan, even though they are representatives of a party. They're very willing to work with everybody. Abby has to message me all the time, and I can come to her.
They've helped me out before. It's just a confusing situation
It's a bad
for
thing.
everyone, I guess.
I move to offer the deal to this gentleman.
And this, okay, so now let's refocus here. So it's $1,000 fine. No, I appreciate this is my first meeting, so I appreciate the information. Okay, so it would be a 25% agreement. So that's $250.68 of mailing costs would be the fine or part of the deal. So I'll look for John, I think just made a motion to do that. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, election committee. My name is Lakeisha Jackson, LA space capital KEISHA Jackson. I'm here. My cause number is 2025-7973-413. And I also have another one that is, I don't have a cause number that took place at the end of November of last year or October last year for failure to report large campaign donation. It's on page 222. There's not another one. It's not another one.
Jackson.
Clause number 2025-7973-413, proposed civil penalty of $100.73. This is her first time before the commission. I don't know what a large contribution delinquency, there's not one associated with your committee as far as I'm aware. So I did receive a letter. Is it not gonna come back up? I thought it could be put with this one.
Received 2 letters?
No, I received a letter early on. Failure to file. You don't have it? Oh, I see. She didn't file it. They're sitting out there, but she didn't file it. And I'd like to merge them both together to get the 25% at one time, if possible, please.
Oh.
This is one we've not encountered before, so.
Okay, so give us.
Yeah, what's the second one? then?
So the second one is actually 2, so it would be 3 instead of 2 total. She's entered contributions of $1,000 or more into the online filing database, which auto alerts you that you then have to file a CFA 11 within 48 hours. She's got 3 contributions out there, so it would have been 4 total. But she did not file the CFA 11.
On any of the.
None of those large contribution reports are still sitting in her reports due section of the website, but have not been filed. But were they to be filed would be $1,000 a piece because they were due in 2024. They're not filed, so we don't know that they're late. She knows that they're entered and sitting out there. I'm sorry, I thought I filed them. So we're just trying,
Okay.
so
We don't know that they're late yet.
we don't know that they're late
I
yet.
apologize. I'm a new state senator and I ran 3 elections and that was a confusion and I didn't have any kind of coaching on that and didn't even know I had to file those, which was what the problem was. And so just trying to hear to rectify this is what the issue is.
Well, let me ask you a question. Let's say, so she's got the CFA 11 notice, she has to file it. Let's say she never files it.
We would never know.
I'm just trying to be honest. That was told to me,
And we appreciate
but I
that.
took an oath
never know.
and I would not do that. So I filed it anyway. That was told to me to do and I would not
I'm
do
sorry,
it.
I need, Madam Chair, I need to ask a question of the staff. Yeah, but the CFA 11s, those contributions are appearing in the next standard report, either the pre-election or the annual report.
Yes.
So why do we not know this? The contributions are in there. Yeah,
Would not know right now.
the 2024 annual report, we've crossed that deadline. You're saying they're in 2024. Why don't we? So why don't we know that? My question is, why don't we know this right now? We've gone through the 2024 election cycle. That's my question. I'm really asking about the system. It's like the contributions are in there from one understandings. What am I missing?
It probably wouldn't hit to 2025 because this was at the end of last year. When I filed the annual in 2020.
No, what's happening here is that he's talking about that it gets put onto your campaign finance report. You put it in there, but that doesn't trigger as to when it was filed, right, Abby? It doesn't trigger.
It doesn't, we don't know, I mean.
Yeah, she puts it in her campaign finance report. That doesn't trigger anything to go back and look when it was filed, since it was a supplemental thing. CFA 11 was never filed, so that didn't trigger it. So we have a loophole in the system, it sounds like to me, that needs to be closed.
But.
And we appreciate your honesty, by the way.
To move on though with today's agenda, so.
This isn't something that can be addressed.
But
Only the one that we see right here.
Yeah.
Valerie?
Yeah, I don't think it's ripe because notice hasn't been given yet. So I would say that if we haven't given notice, we can't give a hearing yet under AOPA.
Okay.
Is it possible that I just pay the full amount and then do the 25% on the next one, or I can't do that? Okay, no.
Since we don't have that in front of us, I don't think
Understood.
that's appropriate to do that. So I think at this point, we just need to deal with, it's just a $100 fine in front of us. So that would be a 25% plus the mailing costs, which is $25.73.
But Senator, when you come back, because you will get, if you file the CFAs, then you're gonna get
Yes,
told
ma'am.
back and you'll be cited for being delinquent. So when you come back, remind everybody that you tried to come in here and pay it early before it was even reported or right, so, okay?
Okay, so do I have a motion and a second
Would you give
to,
me the 25% still, or still be 50%?
I can't opine.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm just not gonna even remind you. I'm just gonna take my 50% and pay.
Okay, so we need a motion and a
So
second.
moved.
Second.
Okay, on the 25% agreement, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Very good.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you.
Next.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Earl Harris, Earl Harris Jr., sorry, EARLHARRIS JR. I'm here in the matter of the Indiana Black Legislative Caucus PAC. And the number is 2025-3908-137.
137.
On page 77. Indiana Black Legislative Caucus PAC, cause number 2025-3908-137. Has a proposed civil penalty of $650.66, and this is their 11th time before the commission.
So I apologize. There's.
Time at the chair. So I do not take responsibilities for that.
You got some work to do.
I have some people to have conversations.
Yeah.
Because they're causing me grief.
Yeah.
So I presume I can't work a day.
I'm sorry. There are no 11th time.
Yeah, I
deals.
know.
I'm sorry.
Doesn't it start over at
Yeah.
10?
You wish.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so I think like the one previous, it would just be with the fine. It's $650 with the mailing cost of 66 cents. So 650.66. So let's go ahead since he's here and vote on just accepting that at that face value there. If we have a motion and a second,
So moved.
Second.
all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Next.
Good afternoon. I'm
Hi.
Naomi Bechtold. It's Naomi Bechtold, and it's Bechtold for Indiana. And it's cause number 2025-6996-44. That's
This is on page 27. Bechtold for Indiana, clause number 2025-6996-44 has a civil penalty of $1,000.66, and this is the first time before the commission.
Okay, so it would be a 25% agreement.
$250.66.
200, yep, $250.66. Do we have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Johannes, Johannes. Last name is Poulard, Poulard. And my committee is Johannes Poulard for State Senate District 4. Cause number is 2025-7605-251. I'll accept the 25% deal with just one caveat. The post office in my area does not do a good job. I never received the first notice, but I got the notice that it was 3 days late and paid it immediately, or declared it immediately upon receiving the second notice. And this is my campaign chairman, Jason Stratton. He can also vouch for how poorly the post office in Michigan City works.
Yes, that is correct. I've had similar experience as a small business owner, and they are abominable.
So, Madam Chairman, this is on page 139. Johannes Poulard for State Senate District 4, clause number 2025-7605-251 has a civil penalty of $150.73, and this is their first time before the commission.
So the grand total plus mail cost would be $38.23.
Okay.
Do you have an, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you have an alternative address that you want notices to be sent to? Or, because what's gonna happen today is that you're gonna take the deal and then they're gonna send you out a notification as to how much is owed and where to pay it. Is there another address?
I can give you my business address, which is a box at the UPS store.
Would that work better for receiving and getting timely notice?
I would think so.
Okay, so if you could
Well,
get that.
I can give you that address right now, Mike.
I don't.
Yeah, you can file it with the staff.
Give
Yeah.
it to them, write it down with your name,
Okay,
and give it to them before you leave here.
I just used my physical address when I filed my candidacy too.
Sure.
So we use.
Okay, so the 25% is the plus mailing, $38.23. I need a motion and a second to adopt this agreement.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Very good. Thank you. Next.
Hello, I'm James McCanna, James Mckanna. I'm representing the committee to elect Andrew McNeil, state representative. This is cause number 2025-7522-241.
On page 134. Committee to elect Andrew McNeil, cause number 2025-7522-241, has a proposed civil penalty of $400.73, and this is their second time before the commission.
Second time, so that's a 50% deal, which is $200.73 for the mail. We need a motion and a second to adopt this agreement.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
I'm Willie Montgomery, WILLIE MONTGOMERY. It's Friends of Eric Walford. The cause number is 2025-7892-277.
That is.
Page 153.
Friends of Eric Walford, cause number 2025-7892-277, has a civil penalty of $1,000.73. And this
Right.
is their first time.
Oh, it's at the bottom. 52 to the top.
I gotcha. Okay, I'm sorry about that. We were hunting for it. Okay, so it's $1,000. But a 25%. 250.73. $250.73 for a first time 25% agreement. I need a motion and a second to
So
adopt
moved.
this.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Very good.
All right,
Thank you. Hello.
Oh, I am Linda Heitzman, HEITZMAN, representing Recenter, Indiana. And our administrative cause number is 2025-7729-320.
What's the other page? Almost 320. Yes.
Oh, it's at the bottom of 174, on the top of 175.
So there's two causes before the commission on this committee.
Oh, okay, I just see another one.
I only have one notice.
And this one's the fourth time.
I just noticed this.
So this is on page 66. Top of 67.
Okay, I gotcha.
What was the other one?
And the other one's at the top of page 153. Nope.
175.
175.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the first one? 66?
67.
67.
Oh, I see.
It is their third time for the commission. Each fine is $1,000, so the grand total is $2,000 and $2,001.23. So 75%.
75% of that.
We were only aware of one time before the committee.
Yeah.
One before the board, you get one settlement agreement.
Which was, when was it, what was the date of that settlement?
It doesn't say.
We don't, on the settlement agreement.
Maybe one and one.
There were 4 reports that were delinquent, a
Yeah.
2022 pre-elect, a 2022 annual, a 2023 annual, and a 2024 pre-elect.
Oh, sorry. I'm the new treasurer, so.
So there's no deal available.
Well,
Oh, wait.
Third.
Oh, this is
75%.
third. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay.
$1,501.39 is 75%.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Can you say that again?
75%
Okay.
is $1,501.39.
Sorry, thank you. Okay. So a 75% deal, $1,501 and $1.39. Do we have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Sorry.
You did the move.
Yeah,
Okay, second.
if that's okay.
Yeah.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Very good. Thank you. Hello.
Hello,
Hi.
good afternoon. I'm Alex Burton, ALEX, Burton, BURTON, Alex Burton for Indiana. And it is cause number 2025-7925-398.
It starts on page 215. 2025-7925-398. -399, -400, -401, -402, -403, -404, and 405. It's his first time before the commission. I've not worked out the total. 6 total causes. 6, 7.
So these are for individual
8.
contributions.
8 causes, so $8,000. 25% $2,000 plus all of the mail costs.
Yeah, and so this was my first time running for state office. I had been on city council and there was some all the reporting changes from local to state really tripped us up, but I think we have a handle on all the things now, so. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we said 8
Yeah, so it's,
$1,000 penalties,
so it'd be $2,000 plus the
the mail.
mail-in costs.
I believe it is $2,005.84.
I think you got the best deal with that.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's the first and last
Yeah.
time. But thank you all so much for understanding. And again, my apologies if this is cost such.
We haven't voted yet.
Yeah, sorry.
I'll move.
Don't count your chickens.
I'll move approval of the
Okay.
deal.
And we need a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Very good.
Thank you.
all
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thanks. Okay,
Good afternoon.
Good
This is Stephen Huey, STEVEN, UHEY. I'm the treasurer on behalf of Hoosiers for Cochrane. Administrative cause number 2025-7806-270.
Page 150. This is Hoosiers for Cochrane, cause number 2025-7806-270 by the civil penalty of $300.73, and this is the first time before the commission.
okay. What's 20? I should know that.
Hold on.
60.
Yeah,
There's
75.
Hold on.
There's two.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Page 150 for the first one. Okay. Who's gonna be so few?
Yeah, okay.
That's 123.
Clause 123.
The other one is on page 69. Proposed civil penalty of $50.66.
Oh, I see, at the bottom. The $50, right?
The total would be $88.89 at 25%.
Okay, I'm sorry, say that again.
Didn't remember it.
11, 8, no, here, let me do it.
88.
88, 89.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Okay, sorry, I was doing the math here. Okay, so we have the 2 cause numbers and the total penalty would be at a 25% rate would be $88.89. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so have we, anybody else that's wanting to take a deal? Okay, I wasn't sure how far back we had gotten.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, this is perfect. Anybody else over here? Or are we back to the back? Okay, very good.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Brittany Doyle, Brittany, Doyle, Doyle. I'm here for McCormick for Governor, cause number 2025-6797-414.
So on page 223. Proposed civil penalty of $1,000.78, and this is their fourth time before the commission.
Is it because she just changed the name of her committee when she ran for governor?
She just amended it, so yeah.
My apologies.
Okay. Well, we have, on the few others that was that case where they had been here 4 times, we voted on that. Are you gonna be arguing?
I can't.
Do you want to pay the full?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So at this point, is there anybody else that's interested in making some sort of an agreement? Okay. Okay, so now we'll move on to the next phase of this hearing, adoption of the campaign finance hearing procedures. Oops. Oh, it's okay. That's fine. I don't really need it. Okay. The remaining, thank you. The remaining committees will be called to permit the presentation of evidence in these matters. Before doing so, I want to note that in the past, the commission has followed certain procedures for conducting campaign finance hearings, and I move that the commission use the following procedures today. A, when each campaign finance matter is called, hearing will begin with recognizing campaign finance staff to provide information about the documents in this matter provided to commission members, including letters from committees and the notice given to the campaign committee. B, unless there is objection, the document provided to the commission by the election division will be entered into the record of this meeting. After campaign finance staff completes presentation, a representative of the committee will be recognized first and may present their case for no more than 5 minutes. Commission members may ask questions during a presentation, but the time spent answering these questions will be not counted against a presenter's time. The election division may signal the chair when a presenter's time is up. If the presenter offers additional documents or other physical evidence not previously received by the commission, then the original must be provided to Valerie on the election division to preserve for the record. If the commission finds that a committee has violated the campaign finance statutes, state law requires a unanimous vote of all 4 commissioners to waive or reduce the amount of the penalty set by state law. If the commission makes a decision at this meeting to either fine a committee or dismiss the case against the committee, then the election division will prepare a final order for the commission to approve at a later meeting. If a committee is fined today, the committee will receive a notice from the election division to pay the fine after the commission adopts the final order. So it may be sometime after today before a committee will be required to pay the fine. The commission will recognize committees to make a presentation, beginning with the committees seated in the front of the room. It's very helpful if you can speak up and say the cause number or numbers on your hearing notice so that the commission and staff can quickly look it up on the spreadsheet. Remember to identify yourself when you start speaking and to indicate if you took the oath administered earlier in this meeting. If you did not, I will ask Mr. Kochevar to administer the oath to you. Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
Any questions or clarifications from anyone? Okay, if there's no further discussion, the question is on the adoption of the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it and the motion is approved. Okay, the commission will proceed to open its hearings on.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're just wondering, would it be a good time to take a short?
I was kind of thinking the same thing. Would it be appropriate if we just took a 5-minute break?
You just need to declare recess for 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry for all of you that are wanting to get this going. We're going to recess for 5 minutes just to take a quick bathroom break. Maybe all of us can benefit from that. We will resume at this location. My watch says 3:05, so we will resume at 3:10. Thank you. I think in this business, it
Yeah,
does.
yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get back started. Thank you for, it was actually 7 minutes, so sorry. But we want to go ahead and get started. I think we will conduct ourselves the way we were doing, kind of working from the front of the room back. So we will start up here in the front with Mr. Young, if that's okay. As I mentioned previously, Valerie will be our timekeeper. So it's a 5-minute time.
It'll be loud, you can hear it. Yeah, I put it by the microphone.
And just to reiterate too, if there are times when the presenter is stopped for questioning or interaction, then the timer does stop. So our time doesn't eat up into your time, so. And obviously too, when you begin, just state your name and spell for.
R. Michael Young, Y-O-U-N-G. Thank you, members, for allowing us this opportunity today. First thing I have to do, I got to blame my treasurer for all of this. He died during the campaign and left me with it. I know it's not an excuse, but that's part of the problem. And I'm not here to make any excuses. I think I was here once before, back in the early 90s. I don't know if you guys got that, but
Do you have a cause number?
from back in the 90s?
No, for today.
I do, but there's so many cause numbers. I'm going to have to try to do these one at a time for you.
Can I suggest that we take the ones that you want to take the deal on first?
Oh,
knock it out of the way.
Sure, I'll do
That's a
that.
good point. Okay.
Uh,
And then we can look you up here in our binder once we
Okay.
have those numbers.
The first one is the annual report. I received the letter as well. Actually, my report was ready to file on January the 1st because it was all done. But I waited to the date of the letter. I'd never filed a report before, although, we do those things. The campaign manager does it. So when I got the letter, I thought the letter was correct on the date. I never checked it or looked into it or made a call. I just figured since I got it from the office, it was the right date, and that's when I filed it.
Can you give us that cause number, please?
Was that the annual report?
No, yeah, there's no, I didn't get a notice for that, but it's here. So,
That's for the annual report,
huh?
for the annual report?
Yes.
That was on page 97.
Okay.
So it's Richard Young, 2025-1907-174, the bottom of page 97. Has a proposed civil penalty of $250.73.
No, wait.
This would be
What?
his third time before the commission.
Hold on a second.
Okay, so that's.
The first time he was before the
Yeah.
commission, the first time he came to the commission hearing was in 1996. He did pay a settlement agreement between 1996 and now. I believe it was, it's.
So the R in your name stands for Richard.
Yeah, I didn't want anybody to know that, but she said it.
Sorry.
But you're Richard, yeah.
Well, technically, but I'm R. Michael. That's how I go. That's my campaign and all that.
Oh, okay.
So,
The
Like, we're
committee name
sure.
is Richard Young.
Okay,
Sorry, okay.
Yeah.
Cause I didn't know
Yep.
he was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, just.
so anyway, I got the letter like everyone else, whoever got it, that number of people, and I just waited for that date to file it. I thought I was filing the law.
So Senator, if I might, you're saying that this first one is due to staff error with the date on the letter, correct?
I'm not trying to blame anybody.
No,
I'm just saying on the date of the letter,
Yes.
I went by the date on the
Right.
letter.
Well, we handled those differently at the beginning of the meeting today, so I just wanted to draw that to the commission's
Sure.
attention if you wanted to consider that separate from the other issues that he may bring before us.
I think what he's saying is that he's going to go ahead and take fault for it, so.
But
we-
I don't want to be at fault for a fine for it.
Right.
I think the only difference is.
I am agreeing, I sent it on that date, but
I-
I did it because of the letter.
I think the only difference in those, and obviously the commission members will decide, but the 7 that we dismissed contacted the office and said, hey, the date, it clearly said 2021 as the staff said earlier. So in this case, you're saying the date was why you didn't file it because of what the letter said.
Yeah.
You just didn't contact anyone to say, hey, this seems wrong. But
No, I didn't. So because the first time I got a notice that we were doing this, first time I had ever got a notice was on your letter of notice of hearing that was sent out or signed August 18th. So it was just a month before. I figure I'm already coming, so I'll just do them all together. But that's the first notice I got. I did not get a separate notice, as I did on other ones for the campaign, report. First time, August 18th.
So was the annual report filed before by the erroneous date in the letter? I mean, I know the date in the letter was what, 2021 or something.
So the
but day
wrong
of the
twenty
month.
twenty-one date was January 20th of 2021. He filed it January 19th of
Okay, so,
2025.
And it was due technically
It
the
was due
15th.
the 15th, yes.
Yeah, okay.
well, see, I guess my thought is I think, I understand that those other committees contacted us, but he did file before that date. So I would think it
Yeah.
was reasonable for him to rely on. I mean, if I get something like that, I'll assume the year's wrong
Sure,
and the
sure.
date
Sure.
is right,
Yeah.
or
Okay.
the day, whatever.
So would it be best then on these to take each one individually? Okay. So on this first one, then, the cause number 174 for this annual, if we are going to go that route, then we would need a motion and a second to then dismiss this penalty.
Yeah, I'd move to waive.
Waive, sorry, I said dismiss. I don't.
I think in this case, I'd move to waive the penalty.
I second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Okay. Okay.
All right,
Next.
so that one's out of the way. The second one that I agree to, it was my fault, I messed up. You ever get to wake up in the morning during your sleep and you said, oh, dang it, I forgot to do that. I forgot to do one, and it was cause, you know, gonna match these up. It's the one for the settlement for due date October the 17th for a loan of mine for $4,403. I think I did it the next day or the day after.
You don't have a cause number for that?
Well, I do.
It'd be very helpful if you did.
We have it. 4,000.
Okay, yeah, here it is. It's 2025-1907-396.
It's on page 214. That proposed civil penalty is $1,000. Why do we have $1 for everything?
Yeah, one.
Should be 1,000. And 73 cents.
And this is the second time?
This is the third time.
One settlement agreement, one time for the commission, so this is the third.
1996 in the spring of this year, is that correct?
Oh,
If I may ask.
1996, and I don't know when the settlement agreement was.
Is it in his?
It would have been $50 if I remember. They weren't going to charge anybody at that hearing, and I asked to be charged. So I think it was $50.
So it would be 75% of the 1,000, is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, so it's
So $750.73.
All right, and the last
So
one.
you-
Hold
Oh,
on
I'm
one
sorry.
second.
I apologize.
Okay, so on this one then, the cause number 396, the penalty or the 75% would be $750 and then a 73-cent mail cost. So do we have a motion and a second to approve that?
So moved.
second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Okay. Okay, now go ahead.
Okay, and the second one is for,
Third one.
yeah, I'm gonna try to find it. Yeah, okay. It's 2025-1907-396.
That's the one we just did.
Okay,
Sorry.
well, shoot.
406, 407. 408, 409, 410, 411, 412.
That's on page 2.
Yeah, you got me. this may have been the one I didn't have a notice for. I knew there was one of them. I've got,
Chairman, these are on page 219.
Yes, ma'am, thank
I
you.
don't know which one.
And they're all $1,000.
Yes.
Okay, so of these, of the ones you just read, are you going to go ahead and accept the deal?
yeah, I'm going to do that. What happened, just as an explanation, there was a problem with the balance when my treasurer died to what I found out it really was. And so when I went in to correct it, I had to go through all these contributions and expenditures. I found the contribution I forgot to make, but I did it. I guess I didn't have to, because if I didn't, nobody had known I had gotten it. And I guess I could always blamed it on my treasurer, but you know, I'm a person, you do what's right, even if no one's watching. And I knew it was going to cost me some money, but that was the right thing to do. And so I put that in there when I found it and made the contribution on the date that I found the error.
So there are 6.
I
Oh,
found 7.
Sorry, I might have missed.
Well, I don't know.
Hold on.
9, there were 9 total, including the annual, 8 BFA 11s. We did 1, so there
Well,
could be
what
11.
what he just explained doesn't relate to these, right?
I believe it does. They're all on the same.
What's the nature of the violation that we're talking about?
These are all large contributions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it was a large contribution. I think it was deposited on April the 26th. And then I found it, that it wasn't reported in the report somewhere in October.
So
Okay, I
we're just
see
talking
7.
about,
Right?
October 27th through November 1st.
And there's 7.
7.
It's 219.
If I might add, if it's okay, the only thing I would ask for the committee to consider is this. I'm not trying for any excuses, but the purpose of the campaign finance laws is to report it so the other side knows what you're doing. Well, that was on the 26th. I guess technically I had to the 28th to report it. So 29, 30 plus 6, that's 8 days. After that, the campaign was over. There was no reason, nobody could do anything with it because the campaign was over. And so when I found it, I reported it. And I would just ask for consideration on this one, only because it was so close to the end of the campaign. It was 8 days and the campaign was over. There was no campaign after that for the primary. So it didn't make a difference to anybody. I broke the rule. I got that. I reported it as soon as I found it. But technically, that's for during the campaign, so people, the other side knows what's going on. There was only 8 days they could have known about it and used it. I'm just suggesting, since it was over, I would do the $50 a day, which is $400, for.
I am confused.
Okay.
I thought we were going to start with the ones that you agreed to.
I agree to it. I agree to it. It's a mistake. I made it. I'm just suggesting on the penalty, which is in your discretion, that you give some leniency and make it $400 for the 8 days that I didn't report it.
Okay, and I totally understand that, but as a lawyer, you're a lawyer, I'm a lawyer.
My license is, I'm retired. So see how good I do now.
So, I mean, so where do we draw the line? 8 days out, 10 days out, 14 days out? Just wait till a day out, then it will make a difference? I
Yeah.
mean, we can't be put into that kind of position. It's either timely or it's not timely.
No, if I may respond.
And, well, I was trying to finish.
Yeah.
It's either
Yeah.
timely or it's not timely, or it is, there's some outstanding just cause excuse as to why it can be done. So, but other than that, what you're just saying is, it was just a little bit of harm maybe. So, yeah, I personally would not be so inclined
Yeah.
to grant that.
Well, just if I may,
Sure.
if I may, all I would say is in fairness, under 39419, you guys do have, and we gave it to you to make these kinds of decisions in these situations. And it, to me, I mean, I could blame my treasurer, he's dead and I had to do it, but I'm not going to do that. I take full responsibility for that being late. I don't deny it. What I am suggesting is simply this: since you do have discretion based on circumstances, that the purpose of the pre-election large contribution thing is so the other side knows about it. And that was for 8 days. And if there's nothing they could do after the election on May the 7th, there was nothing they can do with it. For me to be fined is your choice. But for me to be fined, wouldn't it doesn't affect the statute and the reason why we put it there. It was to be done before the primary so the other side knows it and they can make, hey, here's a guy that took money from this person and we want to report it or do something with it. But after the election, there's nothing they can do with it because it's over. And that's the only thing I say. I know you got the power to do that. I'm trying to give you some circumstances which I think are compelling that it would have made no difference. It would have made no difference in it. And the 8 days, but I'll take whatever you got. I'm not trying to get out of anything. I'm just suggesting to you that it's almost half of it. It's $1,000. And that's $1,000 for a long time.
It's $1,000 for each
Yeah, I know it.
one.
Yeah, this one's worth $1,000. And
$7,000.
Yeah, this might.
yeah, no, I'm not taking back.
Oh,
I'm just
sorry.
only talking about this one. This one's, the agreement
Yeah.
was $1,000. I'm only suggesting
I don't know.
that $400 to me, I think appropriate based on what the purpose and the intent of the campaign laws are. You guys do whatever you want. I'm going to live with it. I'm not going to get mad or upset or do anything. I'm just suggesting that there is a reason to make a fair imposition of the penalty based on the circumstances. And so that's all I'm giving to you. If you don't buy it, you don't buy it. So there's nothing I can do about it.
So we.
Does that conclude your presentation?
On those that I agreed that, hey, I did something wrong on those.
$7,000.
So-
Okay, so I move. What would the total be? For
So for clarification though, so you're saying that so when you came up here at the beginning and said there were some you wanted to take the deal and some you wanted to discuss,
Right.
what category do these 7 fall into?
These are the ones that I wanted to take the
Okay.
deal on with the explanation for the
Okay.
commission to consider. I meant to all 3 of those.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's a $7,000 penalty. So it's 75% of that.
No, it's not $7,000 for these 3.
No, those were the ones he took the 75% on, his annual report.
That's what I've been trying to figure.
So,
out, is
I just-
No.
But we just went through
7 of them.
406,
We've
407.
done 3 of them. We have set the.
We have not done 3. We have only done 1, cause number 396, plus the one that. we
I'm
waived.
looking at
That's 2.
cause number 406, 7.
That's the one that was dismissed.
Can you tell
Oh,
us
that was
which
dismissed.
ones are you taking the deal on? What's the
Yeah.
cost numbers on those?
Well, the one I didn't have the cause number for. She gave it to you.
I'm looking at 6, 7, 8, 9.
Well, those I have not.
But those, he's not.
396,
We did.
We already did
that's the
it.
supplemental.
Got it. We already done that.
Yeah.
396 was not.
And then there's the,
Then the one we waived, which was the annual.
yeah, that was on the campaign supplemental that was due in January
That was
because of the
due.
letter.
That was the annual.
Yes. Okay.
The other one was the one on the large contribution for $4,400 and some dollars. And I said, I'll take the
No,
fine.
we haven't done
We
that.
Oh, you haven't?
We've had one
Okay.
for 4,000.
I think you're lumping some together.
Yeah.
We have in front of us,
I'll let you guys tell me.
we have,
Just take the deal on. He has to identify.
well, let's.
So I think we should, just as a point of clarification, it appears to me that while he's not argued, his liability in this matter, he is arguing what the consequence for that should be. I think that is distinct from the other individuals who've come forward today that didn't try to dicker on the amount, but just accepted the deal. And so I would say, based on the senator's testimony today, he's accepted one deal. This commission has approved one deal. He's made an argument to this commission on a separate deal that is not the 75%. And so I think it's up to us to determine what the penalty should be based on what you had said earlier today, Commissioner Karen.
Question, which
one? Now I'm more confused than I was.
I
Sorry.
have no idea what he's saying as to, he's, what
Right.
he's saying is, I'll take the deal on whatever it is he's talking about. but I think I need to negotiate it down further. I've said, I'm not gonna go along with that.
So,
I think
Senator-
that's what it is, so.
All day, we have the annual report that we've waived, the commission has waived. We have one late CFA 11 supplemental, correct, that we did the 75% on with the cause number of 396. We now have seven separate cause numbers, all dealing with late, large supplemental campaign finance reports. The causes ending with 406, 407, 408, 409, 410, 411, 412. Each of those is $1,000.73 for mailing costs. Which of those 7 causes are you making the argument for right now?
On those, it's the one we just are discussing, was just discussing.
Well, if that was 396, we've already discussed it and that is done.
Oh, okay.
396 is done. We're looking at 406, 407, 408, 409,
Oh, no, I'm
410,
confused.
411, 412.
Maybe, I was gonna say, maybe
Okay.
proceed on to someone else and let him work
Get
in the
himself
back or
there.
work to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
Happy for you.
Okay,
All right.
Yeah, I'll do whatever you want.
so let's just
No, we'll have to move this.
put time.
I moved to table
Okay.
this hearing, particular hearing.
You'll just take it over. We'll pull it.
We have a motion to table this issue and we'll revisit.
Yeah,
Um,
okay.
We have a second? Okay, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, so up next, we'll go to this, oh yeah, probably you guys in the second row here. We'll just do one at a time since it'll be a little bit longer. You probably don't want to stand and wait.
Got all my paperwork. All right, my name is Eric Griffin, ERICGRIFFIN, and I'm the chairman of the South Bend Firefighters Political Action Committee. Cause number 2025-1871329.
Madam Chairman, this is on page 179. This is South Bend Firefighters Political Action Committee. Clause number 2025-1871-329 has a proposed civil penalty of $1,000.68. And this will be his 7th time before the commission.
Okay.
Right, I do have some examples of just our contribution record, our record of transactions, just to show you that we are on the up and up on how we do things.
Valerie, are you? Are well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, first of all, let me say thank you for your service.
Absolutely.
I represent firefighters and I think, you know, it's a wonderful thing you do. But my question is the documents that you just submitted, what's the purpose of those?
So after receiving this letter, I reached out to our state union for some advice because I didn't really know what was going on here or what. So among the few, just to and they were like, well, bring as much evidence as you can to show them that you guys have your stuff together, that it wasn't negligence, that it was just a simple mistake, which I guess you could consider negligence, but we do keep extremely accurate records. All of our contributions are made by our members and it's payroll deductions, so we know exactly how much we have coming in. There hasn't been a lot of action by us in some time. As after talking to Michelle over, looks like our last problem was in 2003.
Well, you paid a settlement in 2007, but the last late report was in 2003.
So unfortunately, that was long before I was even on the fire department. I was unaware of any of that. But that's not an excuse, obviously. Our political action committee didn't really have a lot of stuff going on. Very early on, they and revamped things, had some bad apples. So since I took over, kind of forced into it as the local president in 22, I believe, along with my treasurer. This was the only mistake that's been made. Unfortunately, there's not really a good excuse for it. Yeah, I could, there's a series of events, but as a good steward to my members, I just wanted to come in and show you guys that we are a well-functioning PAC. We believe we have all of our records together. We did file the report as soon as we found out that it had, been missed. And since then, we've reached out to the state secretary treasurer looking for some advice, maybe some ways we can do things differently. We have quite a bit of backups put into place as far as the reporting, because I admittedly have a lot of other things going on as far as the union goes. So relied on him to make those things happen. And so I was not a good reminder on him, but we have like 3 or 4 different reminders put into place. Everything's there. I'm big on being held accountable, so I wouldn't expect a waiver. But in good conscience, I could not come and try to seek some sort of reduction just because it is the money that we have in our PAC isn't put in there for anything except for by our members on the fire department to advocate for our lodges being, better working environments, safety, and wages and benefits. We only spend money when it is to, our local politicians. We don't do anything really like anything big. You'll see it's not that we don't have the money. That's not the problem. I just, as I said, as a good steward to my members, wanted to vouch for our PAC and maybe ask for some mercy, since I don't think, like I said, the last time we came before the committee here, I think I was still in high school. So, it's been a little while, but I can assure you that we are on top of things moving forward, and we won't be making any more mistakes.
I'm sure you can understand that, I don't think it was done intentionally, probably. But, if you come in and just say, well, cut us a break because we do good things, we keep our books up, we do this and that, then we have to do that for everyone.
Absolutely.
There's no incentive for people to properly follow the law on campaign finance. Plus, I see that you had delinquent reports in 23 and 22 and 20. So this is not.
No.
Oh, that's the wrong one?
Yeah.
but they were in.
Oh, yeah, next
Yeah.
page.
Yeah.
So 24, we hadn't had one since 2007.
Yeah.
So, but and quite honestly, when PACs stick around long enough, it will be competing because it's easier over the years. I mean, you started in the first one in 24 years ago.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have that happen to you. But as far as justification for us to deviate from the law, I'm sorry, I don't think it would be appropriate. Though I still love firefighters.
It's all right. Like I said, it's I could not come down and do it. So,
And you did a fine
So-
job.
Thank you.
and we're just firemen, so it's kind of,
I think our time's now up, but I move to impose the full amount of the penalty plus mailing costs on the committee.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. So the proposed fine is $1,000, mailing costs of 68 cents. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Thank
All right.
you
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
Be careful going home.
Yes.
Okay, now we'll go back over to this side. If it's okay, I'm just gonna go back and forth.
Yeah.
Be the most fair, I guess.
Afternoon, Commission.
Good afternoon.
Zach Klutz, KLUTZ with the Taft Law Firm. I'm here on behalf and in accordance with the notice of appearance I filed for Hanning and Bean Enterprises for administrative cause number 2022417.
Madam Chairman, the little red tab in the back of your book is my corporation.
Okay.
So this is
Zach,
Hanning
it's
and
good
Bean.
to see you.
It's good to see all of you again, staff and commission.
Zach, it's odd not to see you in a deal contact.
For 22.
Here we go.
Red tab. Okay, Hanning and Bean Enterprises, Inc., cause number 2025-417, contributed to the Allen County Republican Party in the amount of $6,000. They've never been before the commission. and Allen County refunded the contribution on 5/20/2024.
Thank you. If I might, I have tabbed reports that would, it's just 3 pages I'd like to present to you and I'll walk through it with you.
Red. Oh.
Again, so our client is Hanning and Bean Enterprises. It is a corporation subject to the lower corporate contribution amounts. If you look on tab 1 at the very top, Hanning and Bean Enterprises made a contribution in the amount of $6,000 to the Allen County Republican Party on May 11th. This campaign contribution resulted or arose from the principal of Hanning and Bean calling his staff and saying we've agreed to make a contribution to the Allen County Republican Party in the amount of $6,000 by Hanning and Bean. The Treasury Department then cut the check and sent it, and it was reported on May 11th. If you flip to tab 2, on the 20th, our client realized that the check came from Hanning and Bean Enterprises as opposed to Hanning and Bean LLC, which is another entity that they have, which is an LLC that would not be subject to the $6,000 limits. So on May 20th, they called the Allen County Republican Party and asked for a refund. And then if you look to page tab 3 on the bottom, you'll see that Hanning and Bean LLC, the proper entity that was always intended to give the contribution, 5 days later made the contribution. This is the first time that this entity's been before you. They did believe that by notating on the campaign contribution report, contribution returned on the expenditure and then excess contribution, they deemed that to be a self-report. I mean, calling it to your attention. They didn't just say expenditure. They said this was an excess contribution. In addition, I've confirmed with Hanning and Bean that they've put training in place for the Treasury group that when contributions go out, it would be the check writers clarify is this Hanning and Bean Enterprises or Hanning and Bean LLC to avoid this situation in the past. The reason I did not come up for the discount of the plans is I know there's been some turnover on the board, but there is precedent on this board under the following circumstances. If it's a first-time violation, if it was voluntarily disclosed and the contribution was returned before we received notice from you all, which this is the case, and if training occurred to mitigate this in the future, that the fine has actually been waived. And so that is our request before you guys. And if I did pull the transcript for that precedent, just so you know, I'm not making it up. I would not do that for you anyway. But if you'd like that, we do have that. I just feel like these circumstances fit the prior precedent of this board.
So just to be clear, so you discovered it yourself, the election division staff did not, or your client discovered it, the election division staff did not discover it, you self-reported and cured?
Correct. This was discovered in May, 9 days after the contribution was made. The report was not filed to even show you notice of this until October of that same year. So about 6 months later, 7 months later, or 6 months later.
Okay.
Correct.
So money was returned and all of that. What's the complaint?
Well, that's,
What
because
was
that's
the
a,
alleged failure?
Violation.
well, that was an excess.
Corporate contribution.
Excess corporate contribution.
But,
If the net result, it's not.
yeah, but I mean, it was returned. Does the law not allow for receiving that and then refunding it?
Right,
No,
that's the point,
question
that's
before
the
you.
point he's making, is that, I mean, I mean, the law allows for a penalty because of an excess contribution. And then, yes, yes, there have been hearings before where this scenario has occurred, that a company, an entity has realized that they made a contribution, they contacted the committee, the candidate, whatever, and said, we need our money back. And there are other times where it's the candidate who's figured it out and has refunded.
Or there's, correct, or there's scenarios where we get a letter from you all saying there was an excess contribution, then we return the money. And here, what we're trying to say is within 9 days, we realized it came from the wrong entity. We tried to make notations in the report to self-report, and we reissued the checks from an eligible
So
donor.
when did you get the letter from the election?
So this contribution was done in 2022, and we got the letter relatively recently for this hearing.
He's trying to be nice.
Yeah.
Mr. Klutz, what's our precedent again? What was the outcome of the prior case?
Yeah.
It was
You want me to
dismissal.
say it? I mean, it's.
I've got it. It's a first time violation. The contributor, the excess contributor self-reported prior to receiving notice of the violation, and process had been put in place to eliminate the administrative error in the future.
And it
And the
was
fine was waived or dismissed?
And the fine was unanimously dismissed, correct?
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, waived. I'm not sure the proper term.
I keep saying.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to waive the penalty. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if I might, just for the new commissioners, just background. Mr. Klutz is correct. So what would typically happen with this report or with this contribution made through our office? Once that pre-election report had been filed in the system, Abby and Michelle do look for excess corporate contributions. That's when they get a letter saying, this is an issue. It's 3 times the amount of the overage. That's the distinction he was trying to draw, is that in May, no report had been filed because the pre-election report would not have been due until October.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
When you say Abby has to look for over contributions, does the system not automatically? That's right.
But, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It'll red flag it.
Okay. Tom John Taft Law, appearing on behalf of NKM Architecture and company by Nick.
Megan Zwick. That's MEGANZWICK.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, behind that red tab is a 2023 excess corporations, and this is MKM Architecture and Design, cause number 2025-419, contributed to Doden for Indiana, the amount of $10,000 on 2 separate contributions. They've never been before the commission. It was actually Doden for Indiana that identified this and self-reported it to the Indiana Election Division.
Yeah. Okay, you can go ahead.
This is a similar case to what we just heard, actually. We have and if you look at Exhibit E, which is at the back of what you have, MKM is not a frequent contributor. That is actually pulled from today, where they're 12 over the life of what's in the portal, 12 contributions to campaigns, 3 to political action committees over the last 20 plus years. So we are dealing with a company that occasionally gives, and they had made a commitment to the Doden campaign to give contributions over a 3-year cycle, $5,000 a year. One of those was in June of 2023, and that is in Exhibit B there. Then in December 4th, somebody was trying to get ahead of the game and budgeting was going on. And they said, well, let's just send that other contribution in, not knowing any better. And that contribution was flagged by the campaign then as it was going through its process of ensuring that everything was appropriate. Frankly, they contacted me. I said, we need to make sure we disclose it. Unfortunately, it was after the period of the filing. So you couldn't actually do it on the filing that they were preparing at that point. So we included the memo that is Exhibit A in the filing that was made in the Doden campaign, included that in the filing in January of 2024. And on January 9th, a day after the excess contribution was located, it was refunded by the campaign to MKM. So similarly, we're dealing with something that was identified, self-reported, and resolved within a very short period of time thereafter. I mean, the recorded date for the contributions, December 4th, but I'll note that that was during the holidays, right? So a lot of people were not necessarily in the midst of going through all of that stuff. And as they got to it after that, it was realized and it was dealt with. Also, Ms. O'Care can speak to, there have been processes put in place to ensure that this won't happen again, even though they're relatively not frequent flyers in the campaign contribution state. They understand the severity and the importance of what they're doing. and are going to ensure through processes to make sure that they will not have such a occasion happen again where they would have a violation like this. So we would request that the fine be waived. Obviously, the statute gives this board, the commission, the ability to do that. 20 years or so ago, I did a few of those when I sat in your seats. And obviously, you just heard about a precedent from 2018. So I think this is exactly the sort of case where we would seek the board's mercy on this matter and ask for waiver. I'll have Megan speak to their processes and what's been done to make sure this won't happen again.
So best practice at MKM is that we stay neutral and we don't make these sorts of political contributions. Instead, we encourage our owners and all of our staff to, make their own individual contributions. But since that was my oversight, we have put in place into our internal payment system to not allocate more than $5,000 in a calendar year to the political contributions general ledger account in our system. So, and I know it's technology, we can waive that, but we do have a prompt to as a way to control the quality of what we're doing. So from an internal standpoint, we have a process and we sort of monitor that. I'm the director of operations at MKM and I work closely with our CPA to ensure that nothing like this will ever happen again.
And it's not possible now to issue a check without your approval, right? Or so whoever's in your position.
Yes, all checks written from MKM bank accounts are processed through me. So it's not like anybody can willy-nilly write a check up on their own accord. Everything has to be through our internal payment system.
Now, this memorandum that you've provided us Exhibit A was sent to the co-directors of the election division on January 16th of 24. You all discovered from what this memo says that an overcontribution had been made on January 8th of 24. And the only thing about it is that the donation itself, that was the overcontribution, was made on June 22nd, 23. So it took about, no,
Sorry. What happened here is there were two $5,000 contributions. The one on the 23rd of June was completely appropriate. It was within the corporate.
Okay, but the second.
It was the one in December that triggered this.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it was the campaign that identified the issue, not MKM, right? So this is very distinguishable from the previous case because the previous case, it was the donor that recognized the problem and contacted the PAC to which they made the contribution. In this case, it's the reverse, right?
That may be true, but oftentimes there have been a number of these that have happened over the years that those of you who've been around know of.
Well, I've been here since 2012, so I'm well aware of those. Yes, but I'm just pointing out that you said this is not identical. This is.
And it is not identical. I understand that. But by the same token, oftentimes many of those were identified by campaigns because as a practical matter, the ignorance that happens from the people contributing. And frankly, I know I've got the manual back there, right? But there are distinctions between an LLC. It could be an LLC, but is it a sub S or is it a partnership? And there are a lot of traps for them for the actual contributors, particularly ones that don't do this regularly. If I was here for a PAC that is giving dozens of checks a year, of course, that would be something that would be a little different. But in fact, we're talking about somebody that throughout the system has never given more than one campaign check a year, except in this year in 2023. Also note, just as a matter of the notice on this actually is it's an oddity because it says for exceeding limits in 2024, which is not actually what I presume was intended. But if this were criminal, we'd probably be arguing whether it's even had notice.
So the second page of your exhibit A, looking at this list here, done for Indiana, corporate overage notification district. What does it mean at the very last one, it says agreement completed?
Because the Doden campaign had asked their donors to frankly commit to a certain amount each year. Just as a matter of a fundraising mechanism, frankly.
So this is asking for the donation. But this is dated, I'm not sure that's
Sure.
right.
I'm sorry, which exhibit are you?
The second page.
The second page of exhibit A.
The note.
Oh, that is just simply the DocuSign that this was filed.
Right, I'm just asking, what's the agreement completed?
Oh, well, that's, anytime you do DocuSign, this is the paper trail that DocuSign produces as your electronic proof of what.
It has nothing to do with the contribution,
nothing to do with
just
the
Just the filing of the.
Sorry, yeah.
the
okay.
creation of
That's
this.
what I wondered,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so it's not
Right.
legally, okay. got
Right.
it.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you.
That's
This
their
is
kind of
simply your
paper
receipt
trail.
to show that because it was filed electronically through a DocuSign, that it's
Yeah.
actually the signature stuff.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Where's it?
Perhaps you answered this, but I just wanted to clarify, there wasn't an agreement between MKM and the Doden campaign for subsequent contributions, which would be in violation of law, right?
No.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
They had committed in probably 2022 to give the campaign $5,000 a year. And when we say agreement, it's not like there was a contractual obligation.
Understood.
Just like anytime you often see in political fundraising, somebody says, hey, I'm with you, I'll give you this much in this period of time. Right?
Okay, any other thoughts, questions? If not, we need a motion.
Well, can I ask another question?
Sure.
So in other words, in your case, going back to Susanna's point, it was the donor who discovered the error, not the campaign.
No, it was the campaign.
It was the campaign. Okay, so then they took action to deal with it, self-reported, refunded, and all of that, right?
Yeah. In communication, because honestly, they identified it, and I'm not sure they knew that the client was a sub S. And so I think they verified, realized it was a violation, and then did it. So I mean, it was in communication with them.
Do they now have something in place that says when they get a donation in from what obviously a business entity that asks them what corporate form they have?
Well, the campaign
Is over.
did do that.
Yeah.
It's over, but yeah, and in fact, that's what flagged it, I think, is if there wasn't evidence or notation of form, then the question was asked, and that led to the.
I would ask our former, or the commissioners who've been on for a little longer than Beth and I. Yeah, so there was a distinction made between the donor and the campaign self-reporting from a presidential perspective. What's the significance or relevance of that for the purposes of dismissal or waiver?
Well, just that what we've done in the past is if the party before us is the one that self-disclosed, that's when we've, or self-identified and then corrected it, took steps to correct it. That's, I mean, I'm not, and I mean, there have been instances where it's the donor, but it's, where it's been corrected when they come before us, but where we've done a complete waiver, I think that's generally the party before us is they discovered it, disclosed it, took care. It wasn't that someone had to bring it to their attention. So in this case, it's that someone had to bring it to their attention.
Yep.
And it was then that entity, so the campaign, I don't even know the campaign was the one that the campaign identified it and the campaign corrected it by refunding it to them, that it wasn't MKM that really actually took steps to correct this. So that's just something we weigh in terms of the waiver. I'm not, so it's, I mean, because of that, in this case, I would not support waiving the penalty. That doesn't mean I'm not amenable to kind of reducing the penalty, but in this case, I don't think it's not the same situation, and I don't think I'd support waiver.
Thank you.
Waiver.
Thank you for the clarification. I guess my perspective on this matter is it wasn't brought to their attention by the election division staff. And so we want to encourage this sort of thing. I'm sure you would agree. We want to encourage people to come forward and self-report. So I think
Either party.
either party, yeah, anyone, yeah. So I would be inclined to dismiss, but I think I'm also open to doing some sort of reduction. I guess I'll ask the petitioner, if we were not inclined to dismiss your case, what is it that you would ask for specifically as a reduction?
Well, first of all, I would argue this is appropriate, and I would argue it's somewhat a distinction without a difference insofar as if you're talking about self-reporting, it's making sure it happened. So what if somebody called in a different scenario? Let's say there's an error with the campaign finance report, which once again, if corrected before it's actually issued a violation, if it's something that's amenable.
Could I interrupt you?
Yes.
I think I'm going to make a motion to waive or dismiss the.
I have I don't, I think it's excellent that they reported. I think that's great. But what I do have a problem with is this distinction. If the company has never come back to them and they have the obligation to be checking for it. And this campaign, by the way, is still open. They may not be doing anything right now, but it's still open. And so, because the campaign committee has not been closed, I've been told anyway. So, so it's that first part of it. The campaign should have been looking for it. The fact that, like the case we just did, if they were a little bit, that one they looked for it and there was tardiness, not much, but in there. This one, the campaign didn't look for it at all.
No, the campaign did look for it. The campaign identified it.
Yeah, the campaign identified.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Find it after the company notified them about it.
Wait, he was in the midst of making.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, there's a motion.
Yeah,
Can you-
I want to just for the record, move to dismiss this claim against the campaign.
Waive.
My apologies. I move to waive this violation against the campaign.
I'll second that.
And if I think, and what I would just say is that, as Ms. Meyer reminded me that actually, that I was wrong about what I said about cases like this, so we have actually waived the, penalty in situations like this as well.
Okay. Okay, at this point, we'll take a vote on that motion. All those in favor of waiving the penalty, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Oh, we.
Aye, okay. Okay,
Thank you.
very good. Okay, now I'm gonna switch over here.
Ready.
Well, he's gonna have to wait, I think. Sorry, you're gonna have to wait a minute. We're gonna go with these guys next. Thank you for being patient.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Mhm.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Rathnow, GREGRATHNOW. I'm here with Rathnow for Indiana. Cause number 2025-6809-209.
That'll be page 116. Does Rathnow for Indiana, cause number 2025-6809-209 has a civil penalty of $150.73. This is the first time before the commission.
Okay.
Thank you. And so I'm just here because I was one that received a letter that said January 20th. I put it, quite frankly, I did not even notice that it said 2021. I put January 20th on my calendar. I filed on January 17th and got a notification immediately that said I was late. And at that time, I reached out to co-counsel and asked what to do. And their advice at that time was hold on to your letters and present your case before the commission. So I, admittedly, I guess I didn't contact the right people to get put on the list from earlier today, but
That's okay.
I did reach out to counsel.
I'd move to dismiss the penalty.
Second.
Or waive the penalty.
Kind of like dismiss. Can we change that? That's going to be another action we're going to take. No, I'm kidding. Okay, there's been a motion and a second to waive this penalty. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Oh, I, sorry. Then I.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Tim McVeigh, TIM, cause number 2025-7894-384 and 387. I'm requesting a waive. I just kind of go over just kind of a timeline of things that happened, maybe a short timeline. Beginning of April, I met with a company.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Hold 1 second.
Sorry.
We
Okay.
just need to catch up with you here.
Page number.
We don't know any.
Page 208 and 210.
Okay, wait. Oh. Okay. Okay, I think we are good now.
Okay, so quick timeline. At the beginning of April, I met with a company about doing some mailers for my campaign. At that time, we scheduled for mailers to go out on April 15th and April 20th. Then I, at the same time, scheduled for transfers from my personal bank account to be made to my campaign bank account, and kind of out of sight, out of mind. On the 11th of April, my mother went to the hospital for pneumonia. On the 12th, my basement flooded and I had to create a claim. I have both a bank statement for the transfers that were made and the claim number for the basement. And then on the 15th, my mother passed away, which was the same date as my first mailer was scheduled to go out and the same day as the first transfer that was supposed to be made. After that, it was just kind of my campaign came to a halt because of my mother's death. I was the oldest child. I had to take care of everything. Completely spaced the fact that I had to, file these CFA 11 reports. And yeah, I eventually got one in before the full fee amount hit, but the other one, unfortunately, I didn't make it. So I'm just asking for mercy for the fee to be waived. I have my mother's death certificate too, but this is the original copy.
Is there a reason why you didn't take the deal? This is your first violation, right?
Yeah. I was asked, I wanted to see if I could get the full amount waived for the circumstance because I didn't,
So when was it, when were the reports due?
April 17th and April 22nd.
Yes.
Okay. Cause I don't have any dates. And you filed the when?
I believe I filed them both.
May 8th.
Yeah. Which would have been maybe right after the election day when I closed my campaign committee.
And
Do you have any funds in your campaign account?
Committee's closed.
No, I closed the campaign account as well.
so in that case, is he personally responsible?
I believe.
Do you have an
so.
LLC? Is the campaign an LLC or is it a sole proprietorship?
It's solely me. I financed, did everything on my own for the campaign, so.
So I'm with my colleague over here. Why didn't you take the deal at 20? I mean, you knew you were late. You admit that you were late. And you could have gotten and paid off 25% of that amount.
right, I don't
And
disagree.
appreciate- Very much appreciate the tragedies that you've had to deal with. And your mind is in another state. Did you have a treasurer?
No, it was me.
All right, then, you know, and I'm sorry it was just you. They were due, what date did you say your mother died?
The 15th of April.
4/15? And well, it's fine, they were, yeah, 2 days on that one, and 22nd on the other one. And I wish had she been ill before that?
No, it was unexpected.
And you know, I wish you'd taken the deal. That's why we offer it, is that when people get into, because technically under law, while we have the discretion to adjust the amounts, like with the deal, we don't have any discretion to determine if there has been a violation of the law. And no matter what happened, was a violation of the law. So now our question is, we find that there was a violation, how much do we assess to, or do we waive the complaint?
I understand. I'm just asking for the mercy. That's,
I would move that we give him the 25% penalty.
That's like a.
25% penalty, okay.
25% penalty.
Okay, so that would be,
Yes.
so the one is 1,000 and the other one is 850.
462.50.
I'm sorry, say that again, 460.
462.50.
Okay, does that include?
$463.86.
60 pennies. Okay, so there's been a motion and a second to take it to the 25%, because this is your first time before the commission, for a total of $463.86. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, you can go next, and then we'll switch back over here.
Good afternoon, Oliver Berry, OLIVERBARIE. Here on behalf of my client, Clean Slate Technology Group, cause number 2022-418.
That's behind your red tab. This is Clean Slate.
That's correct.
Okay, the 2023 Access Corporation. This is Clean Slate Technology Group, cause 2025-418, contributed to Diego for Indiana in the amount of $9,000. Clean Slate Technology Group self-reported this to the Indiana Election Division.
Thank you. If I may, I believe our case is most similar to the Hanning and Bean case you heard previously today. We did self-report upon Clean Slate's first contribution to Diego. I was retained as counsel to advise them further going ahead on campaign contributions. When reviewing their first contribution, I realized quickly that this was in excess of the $5,000 limit. And so I immediately counseled them to self-report this violation. And we did so within the formal self-report was in February, but we contacted you folks, I think about a month to 45 days after the violation was realized. And since worked quickly with the Diego for Indiana campaign count to amend the report and refund the contribution.
Okay, so and you are with the,
I am counsel for Clean Slate Technology Group.
so you discovered the error, the contribution was made on 6/30/23,
That's correct.
and then in February of 24, is that when you?
That's when we sent the formal self-report letter. However, on August 7th, August 7th of 2023, we contacted Diego for Indiana campaign. And then on August 8th, I called as counsel on behalf of CSTG, the election division, to ask state the issue and the violation, and then also what next steps are and how do we work to rectify this immediately.
If I might ask the staff, they would have had a semi-annual report due. If the contribution was made on June 30th, 2023. They would have a
The Diego committee, yes, had a report due by July 15th.
Okay.
Yes.
And then did you identify the excessive?
That's not, no, we wouldn't have done it at that time.
No.
So,
Oh, you would have done it at the end of the year.
Right. Diego for Indiana Committee included it on their July
I assume,
report.
Yes, July
Yes.
17th. No, ma'am,
They didn't catch it at all.
until we reported them or until we called them and
And it took until February.
it took some time to make contact with the campaign account, with the Diego for Indiana campaign.
Really?
What do you mean by that?
We did not get a call or an email. I think the first contact response was February 7th. I received an email finally connecting me with the treasurer that could help us rectify the reports.
So,
Like 6 months later.
Yes.
and after that, then did Diego go ahead and report it?
Yes, included in the packet, I think I provided.
Oh, sorry, I
No,
don't
you're
want-
fine, you're fine. I think it's the last, towards the very end, the last 2 pages is the amended report where it shows a refunded contribution.
I'm just a bit perturbed because we have spent all day telling everyone who's coming in here that you've got to follow these rules, you've got to follow these rules. And yet our chief election officer didn't catch it and didn't respond to you for 6 months. Now, that's not your problem. And I will stop there. But because the question before us today is, do we fine your company?
I'm simply outside counsel for the company, just for the record.
Slave do.
Clean State, it's a great question. My understanding, and I am no expert, they are behind the scenes software. So they work with Amazon Web Services to put back-end technology together. And that is about as far as I could tell you. It's just.
You just said a bunch of words. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too.
Also a substance abuse recovery business called Clean Slate.
That is not my client.
I just realized it.
Yeah. And just for the record too, since being retained as counsel, first and foremost, we identified the issue. We reported it to you folks right away. And since then, I have advised them strictly that they are to use a subsidiary company that they have that is an LLC. And I've advised that going forward, any contributions would be best served through that LLC as they do not have any limits like a C corp. Do we have any precedent on these sorts of things where there's been a significant delay after the contribution was made? Just asking our previous members that have served a long time.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, yes, because it is contingent upon the committee that received the contribution to give the refund. There is no requirement for that committee to ever get it back. The corporate contributor can ask for it. A lot of the times for folks who at least come up here, that's always been a matter of course. Of course, that can happen at any time. You've got to contact the treasurer, get an agreement, get them to cut the check and send it back. So I can't point to anything definitive. And of course, I think anyone else who's been here for some time we probably dig through records and find that. But it's each going to be based on, conversation that you have and getting the chair and the treasurer of that committee to agree to refund that particular amount.
Thank you for that. And let me just ask a follow-up question, which is, I understand it's a violation of the donor making the excessive contribution, but are you saying that the campaign doesn't have an obligation to promptly return, or it does? So.
No. They have no legal obligation to return it at all. They could say, yeah, you violated, thanks for letting us know, we're keeping the money. And that is a possibility.
Okay.
I don't know if that ever happened before. I cannot attest to that, but I know legally they can keep it. Yeah.
Our initial request was a refund of the overage, so $4,000 because it was 9,000. Upon making contact, they said they were just going to refund the entire contribution, which we said that's fine. But that gave us the ability to then formally self-report and tell you folks that this happened. We are working to correct it, and we had confirmation that it was in the works of being corrected and refunded.
Regardless of whether it's contribution, the campaign committee has to refund it or not. Does the campaign committee have an obligation to file something that says, I got over?
No.
Well, that is absolutely ridiculous.
Well,
That's the only thing our election law that is ridiculous.
yeah. Well, yeah.
If I may, excuse me. Go ahead.
Yes, and that's why, we've heard about our system today and how old it is and everything, but the one thing that still does, I think, work with our system is that it is still built to allow the staff to search for that corporate entities, the ones that are held to those the contribution limitations, and fine them for them to create these type of reports for you all.
And just for the full picture too, I know the CEO used his business corporate card online to make this contribution. But for whatever reason, he told me he typed in the corporation name, but he also typed in his first and last name as CEO, and that is what showed up on the contribution record. And so, yeah, the first and last name. So if you were just looking at it, you wouldn't see it registered or contributed as a corporation. However, I specifically asked my client, did you do this individually? Did you do this through the company? He said, we used a business card. I said, are you an LLC? They said, no. I said, we have a problem.
That's the campaign's website though, that you go to make that donation to, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So they are the ones that set that up. So if it's not coming up and showing up, that is the campaign's way that they have it set up.
But I mean, they wouldn't know what credit card you're using.
No, but the name that it goes under. The credit card, you have to put the username.
Sure.
This one, they also ask for an individual name, who's making the donation. And in this case,
It came up as.
yeah. So,
So for all those reasons, we're asking for a waiver, given the precedent.
I'm still struggling with this thing. I don't have to pay it back. Do we?
I would,
How many people, over contributions have been made and how many campaigns have gotten keep that money?
No.
Why don't we have the law?
I'm gonna move that we waive the.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
penalties
second
until
that.
the game's consistent.
Yeah, I'll second
Yeah.
that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to waive the penalty. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, very
Thank
good.
you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you for,
Okay.
it's an interesting.
He's done.
I know.
He's happy to sit here for several hours.
I know. 46.
Uh-huh.
Again, Mike Erler, Michael Erler, E-R-L-A-R, is the excellent government for Indiana.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, you were up here before.
And I've checked with our chairperson, only he and I could have done that. Neither of us did. This pack lasted about 2 months, March and April of 19. We did our pre-election after that.
Can you I'm sorry, excuse me. Can you remind us what page this is?
Let's start on 33/34. They're on 3 different pages, so we'll just start.
Okay. Okay, so it's excellent government.
Is that how you mean?
Is this the
5
four-
pages, I'm sorry,
is
yes.
this the fourth
This-
time or the fifth time?
This is the 5th time. Now, you only have the last 5 listed because that's all there is room for on the page.
I wonder why.
Excellent government for
Yeah.
Indiana. Okay.
Yeah, there were 14 of them because we thought we had finalized it. We disbanded it back right after that primary because the fellows that were raising the money and the candidates they were the fact was supporting didn't make it through the primary, so they stopped. And we thought we marked our re-election 2019 report as fine, but we didn't. I can tell.
Yeah.
Ever since, neither he nor I have heard anything. This came to me this time. The envelope actually had my address on it, and so I knew it. This just came to me before. I was always living there. Now he, after that, moved to Utah. Came back here about a year ago. I don't know that, but we had a PO box, which maybe these were going to.
Probably.
But when you say we've already done this 3 times, I don't get that. We did it.
So you paid a settlement agreement on a 2018 report. The 2018 pre-election report, you paid $100 settlement agreement. The other 3 were heard June 24th of 2021, and that would have been the 2019 annual, 2020 pre-primary, 2020 pre-elect. I believe the 2020 annual. And then the next hearing was September 9th of 2022, and that was 2 more causes, which would have been the 2021 annual and the 2022 pre-primary. There was a hearing, August 11th of 2023, and there were the next 3 causes, which would have been the 22 pre-elect, the 22 annual, and the 23 pre-elect. Today's causes are the 23 pre-elect, the 23 annual, the 24 pre-primary, 24 pre-elect, and the 24 annual. You got the notice at your house because your committee failed to file reports for the last 3 years and had a balance of $1,000 or less, and we were going to administratively dissolve you. By law, we mailed notice to the chair and treasurer. You had a separate address listed to your home. That's why.
That's the first I heard of it. What do you mean? There was no money in the account after that. I mean, the final report showed 0.
Now.
But I mean, you still have to file, even if there's.
Well, I know we didn't mark it final. That was our mistake.
I don't know how much was
But
in there before.
nobody,
Because it's
he
closed.
nor I have ever heard anything since. There was no.
The mail we've been sending to the
Okay.
PO box, and if it wasn't checked or closed,
There's no way for you to know.
right.
There's no what?
If you had a PO box and obviously mail was continuing to go there from their perspective, there would be no way for them to know.
That got closed. I just can't say when. But
But then there was no notification made. So obviously if mail is still going there.
I mean, we have boxes upstairs of returned mail. I'm happy to go grab the boxes and we can all sing Kumbaya to look for them.
Just to be clear, though, it is the committee's obligation to provide a notice address. And so if they've
Correct.
changed their notice address,
Let us know.
then they need to let the division know.
yeah, but we thought we had already filed our fine. That's
Understood.
That's my question.
Yeah.
So when you say you thought you had filed, so when you say you thought you had filed your final, did you think you had closed the committee down? And what steps did you take to close the committee down?
Filed the final. There was no money in our bank account. So.
So you just
you know,
checked the box, all you had to do was check a box on the final
mhm.
annual report and that would be it?
And until this,
I
you
think
never
that
got any mail.
Form had that, but you were.
I mean, this has been 6 years ago.
A final dispense box, okay. So,
But he still had a dollar balance.
you still had, still have money in the account?
Yes. So the last report, Abby, correct me if I'm wrong. You're gonna look.
Well,
That-
in archives, we don't, because it was before 2018, so. State Archives has.
There's nothing on the website. I thought if we were going to administratively disband, it needs to be less than $1,000.
This is where it's in question.
So he had $1,000 or less. If
Okay.
we were going to.
But the website should have a copy of.
Because remember, we got a court reporter who's trying to create a record here. You're talking. One of you, sorry, I didn't mean to, someone can talk, one at a time.
Who has a laptop that allows pop-ups? Because my phone won't.
I got you. What do you need?
The,
In an effort to keep this moving, I think maybe we should do what we did with Senator Young.
Well, so I know there's 2 minutes left on the clock. Do you have any additional evidence to present before this commission?
7 checks came in a 60-day period. 4 checks went out. They each total 16,600. It was 0 after that. We filed our pre-election after that. And we thought we were done.
And there are no activity since then.
Exactly. I just did all 14 subsequent reports Sunday. It took about 10 minutes to do all of them. So we made the mistake of not properly reporting that we had to spend grant. But we never heard anything after that. Didn't have any basis on which to do anything else.
The last report filed was the 2019 pre-elect report filed October 17th of 2019, and there was a $0 balance. He filed it online and did not check the box that this is the final report. but it was
I-
filed online.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion. It was, since there's been no account, anything done with this account, no money coming in, no money coming out. I would like to make a motion, since, and his failure is that he failed to check the box and say disband the committee, which was obviously their intent. So it's now been disbanded. There is no committee. There's nothing going on. So I move to waive the charges.
I'd second that.
Any discussion?
I wouldn't be, I wouldn't be inclined to do that, given that this is the fifth violation that this gentleman's committee's had before this commission. I understand that there's not been money in and out, but there's no way for the public to know what's happening unless there's actually reports that are filed timely. I'm not inclined to support.
May I ask?
But-
These were referred to as severance.
We need to take a vote. There was been a motion and a second. So a motion and a second to waive the fees.
Are we not having discussion after the second?
We can do discussion.
We can do discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what,
I
that
know
was,
that's
that's.
right.
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think I've heard it said that these things that happen
So,
throughout the years.
so the five that you're referring to, John, the five that you're referring to are the ones, the new ones or the prior ones?
Old ones, 18 and 19.
18 and 19.
18 and 19 reports that were heard in 19 to 21, 22, 23.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be equitable to folks that we extended the deal to.
I might be one to amend.
I would,
motion.
I'd like to make a motion myself, if that's okay.
Well, we have to vote on this one
Okay.
before we can do that.
Yeah,
Are you amending?
To amend, I mean, it's on the floor, so, but, so what is his total owed right now? As a,
Well, there's 5 causes. They're each $1,000.
so the
So
$5,000.
it's $5,000
Plus 66.
plus whatever the mail cost is, going from 66 cents to 78 cents.
And am I entitled to ask the question after your second?
Not right now.
Do
Just
you want to amend my motion?
Well, I would be inclined to make a motion to go full freight and impose the full amount, just because there's not been a compelling reason to, other than the fact that there's not been transactions happening, to make any sort of discount to the amount given by law.
And so we're still having discussion, I guess. right?
Yes,
yeah.
So when we talk about precedent, I know in the past where we have committees that have disbanded, that have, for whatever reason, they've disbanded, I should say they've been inactive, but they hadn't closed their account or they hadn't taken some other steps, and that, we have said, if you go and close the account, if you close this committee, that we have waived the penalties in those
In
situations.
full.
Yes, we have.
Okay.
And only because their bank account had been closed by a certain date. The commit, they weren't doing anything, nothing had been done after a date. And in this case, like you said, we usually tell them, go close your committee by this date to show us that this really is not my here. But they've already done it, they've already closed.
Did we know?
Now, because in light of 5 prior violations before all this happened, if you want to do I'd be willing to do a reduction in fee to just make the point in case they do this in the future, just to, I don't know, 250, 300.
A $300 fine or $250 fine.
Yeah, $250 fine or $300 fine. We've done, waived everything in the past, but we have discretion, so.
I'd be interested in knowing what our chair thinks, given that you haven't spoken yet.
Well, I would probably be inclined to vote for the waiving, not because I don't think it's complete negligence that, I don't know if your address has changed. Obviously, we all move around, there's issues, but that's not our, the commission's and the staff's problem when you change your address or close a PO box or whatever. So I do think that that's on you, and we shouldn't have to adjust accordingly because everybody has their own set of issues. However, I think if it has been in the past to waive, I agree. I mean, there's no money. So it is you personally then having to do this. So I would probably be inclined to support waiving. It's, to me, the 250 or 300 seems very arbitrary to just pick a number, and I don't like the way that feels. So, yeah, I will probably vote for the motion that's on the floor.
And then my question is for one of our co-directors here. Does it take all four of us? Brad's nodding his head, so we all
Yeah.
four have
We're
to
talking
agree.
about how
All
much-
four agree to waive, all four agree to levy a fine. And what happens if we don't have a, nothing happens?
No action taken.
Well,
Actually, I will correct. It takes three of you to levy a fine because that's just by a majority. Really, you need 3 votes under statute. To waive, because that's under the 39418. The law says that all 4 members must vote to waive or reduce the proposed penalty.
and so
And
then
if-
if you only have 3, and that's the vote that Brad says everybody has to be on board for to waive, requires 4. So, and if you only have 3, then it becomes, so if you only have 3, then it becomes a no action.
Yep.
Which means nothing happens with it. It just, we don't have to bring it back or anything else. It just goes.
No, the fine.
Fine still
The
Oh, the fine still exists. Okay.
Don't they go kind of?
The full fines exist.
And then what? It comes up again later?
Choose on the agenda.
Well, we probably have a vote, right?
Can I ask one more, can I just ask one more question? So is this happened, this is back from 2019? How is this, how are we dealing with this in 2025?
Because this committee was not closed until recently, correct?
Last weekend?
Last week.
Oh, so
The committee stayed open the whole time. He filed the last report in 2019 with a $0 balance.
I see.
But it
And did
failed
not
to
check
mark
the box.
Final disband box, which is the way they communicate, committees communicate with us that their committee is closed. We have no other way of knowing.
Okay,
That's kind of that's what.
I see,
for me.
okay, I think,
Yeah.
okay. And you say there's been precedent where we have dismissed this, where there haven't been any transactions, right?
Right, exactly, where it's clear that the committee is, they're not active, not gonna be active.
Then let's vote.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to waive all of the penalties. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Thank you very much. I tried to get from the bank and our record of the bank account is so old they have to stick it.
Okay, have a good evening. Okay. Okay. Sorry, we're gonna go back over to this guy. Have a good evening.
Here.
Well, do you need these? Those. Uh-huh. Okay, I'm sorry, go
Good
ahead.
afternoon. Thank you.
Mhm.
My name is James Ake, AKE. I'm a treasurer of and I'm the matter, the cause number, I gotta get my class. It's 25-77-67-122. And it's the matter of Americans Against Progressive Elitist Policies. And you have claimed that we failed to report filing financing reports. The issue is whether we should be assessed a civil penalty for failing to file a campaign report with the Indiana Election Commission. I'll just read this, but I can shorten it up.
The first one is on 59. Americans Against Progressive Elitist Policies.
The long and
There's 5, pretty much similar to the other one. There's 5 of them.
504, okay, so
Yeah.
that, I'm sorry, just Michelle, 2024 annual, 2024 pre-elect, 2024 pre-primary, 2023 annual, 2023 pre-elect, those are the 5 reports that you say were not filed on time.
Yeah, let me check.
Those are 5 causes, that's assuming there are 5 causes.
There are 5 causes, but those are
Oh.
aligned with those
Yeah,
reports.
yes, aligned with these reports.
And they
correct.
were all $1,000 plus 66 cents or
Yeah.
78 cents.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, thank you. So we're looking at a total fine of $5,000 plus movement.
And so the notice of hearing was not sent to the resident agent of our corporation. Also, the name actually is officially known as Americans Against Progressive Elitist Policies, Inc. The residence agent office is 136 South 9th Street, Suite 400, Noblesville, Indiana, 46060. The notice was sent to 136 South 9th Street, Suite 42, Noblesville, Indiana, which was not the address of either the chairman, treasurer, or resident agent, and apparently is a typographical entry at the Secretary of State's office.
Stop you for a minute. Okay, so you send notices to whomever's identified on the paper.
On the paperwork, mailing address.
Mailing address that is provided by the campaign.
Correct.
So I'm unclear as to why you think it has to be the registered agent. The campaign declares who is supposed to be receiving it. Or PAC, I'm sorry, yes, PAC. PAC fills out the paperwork and said, this is who we want to receive this. So it's not like corporate, it's not like service for a court where you have to serve the resident.
I'm not disputing that.
Okay.
I'm just stating a fact.
Right.
But I'm sorry, may I just ask again, just because I'm looking at the committee information that's on our website? Where did you say the notice was mailed to?
The notice was sent to 136 South 9th Street, Suite 42, Noblesville, Indiana, 46060. Not the current notice. It was mailed, the current notice I got in August when you sent out the letter was to my address at 19650 McDonald Place.
Right, so the committee, just so that you're aware of, the PAC on the CFA2 Statement of Organization did use the 136 South 9th Street, Suite 42 as the address for us to communicate with you. And then I believe staff just said that the committee was closed, and so as a result, information was sent to the treasurer's address.
Again, this was when we were going to administratively dissolve, so we send it to both chairman and treasurer.
Thank you.
If required, file a, let's see. Okay. IC 3-9-5-1 provides that IC 3-9-5 applies to political action committees. If required to file a report, IC 3-9-5-2 requires.
Sir, can I interrupt you for a moment? I want to see you succeed. And one of the ways of that is that the members of this commission understand the argument you're making.
All right, all right.
But let me just interrupt you and ask a question.
Yes.
What is it that the commission has said that you violated that you disagree with? Can you explain it to me?
We had no expenditure. Well, under Indiana code, there's a requirement that in aggregate, if activities exceed $100, that a report would be required.
Okay.
We did not take in any receipts. We didn't open a bank account. We never activated the committee, and we never spent any money. So under the Indiana code, we should not be fined for non-compliance because there was no under the codes in the state of Indiana, we were not required to file any reports.
So if I.
So that's
Just
Sure.
for your background.
Sure.
So once the statement of organization is filed, in this case, the CFA2, the committee is open. And they are required, when a committee is open, to file a report, even if it's $0. Now for PACs, they have to report or itemize on a report any contribution or expenditure in excess of $100. So you could have $1,000 in unitemized expenditures where they're not directly tied to a name that you would not have to itemize on schedules A through whatever, A and B, right? But if the committee took in no contributions, made no expenditures, because they opened a committee with the state, they are obligated to file a report showing $0 raised or spent.
I was just gonna say the statement of organization CFA2 was filed with our office October 25th, 2022. And no subsequent reports were ever filed in the last 3 years, which is why we were gonna close them. We assume they have a zero balance because we don't know any different. And they met the 3-year mark and we were going to administratively dissolve them.
Sir, did you ever file, do you agree with that statement? Did you ever file anything?
No, we did not file anything and we didn't take in any funds. We didn't solicit any funds. And under the organization, there's some requirements here too, to that, and you see it in the letter. I'm not gonna regurgitate what's here.
They
But
did close the committee last weekend.
when we were made aware of that, then I
Yesterday.
contacted the office immediately, the commission immediately, to resolve this.
What's the fine that's been proposed?
$5,000 plus the mail costs. And the committee is closed. They closed it after he received the notice. It's
I move to waive the fine. Because this seems consistent with the whenever the one we heard that had a similar issue. Was it just the last one?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to waive the penalties or the proposed fines. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yes. You can go next. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh.
As stated previously, my name is Robin Williams for Indiana. I ran for state representative in 2022. I made the required report. I did appear once previously. I think I was a minute late on my report. It didn't go through the interwebs quickly enough.
Hold on one second. Can you remind us what page? I'm sorry.
59.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, the administrative number again is 2025-7643-102.
Okay, I'm sorry. Continue.
I remember pointedly dissolving the committee because at that time, my husband, when I was putting together the report, my husband found out he had cancer. And so I decided that I wouldn't be running again because I was going to devote my time to making him well. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. He died a few months later. And by the nature of what I do as an art curator and exhibition designer, I'm traveling all the time. I was in Africa after that time. So I don't know if I missed some kind of notice stating that I needed to file another report, because I thought that when you check the box and you dissolve the committee that you didn't have to file another report. So this is the first time I received a notice, and that's why today I was kind of mystified and confused as to why I was here. But it was my understanding that I dissolved the committee.
Is there money still in the committee account now?
Closed now.
Yeah, so it says closed right there.
Do you know when it was closed?
Oh, looking. It was closed on January 22nd of 2024. And that report was due January 17th.
And the report was due January 17th?
Yes.
But I submitted a report in January of 23, closing it at that time.
The report filed in January 17th, 2023 had a balance of $4.13, and you cannot close a committee with the balance.
Okay.
So it gets a little confusing because the report filed in January 2023 was for 2022. And so the report that was filed in January 2024 to close the committee, that was actually your annual for 2023. And that's the report.
That had $4.13.
Well, the
But yeah.
2022 annual is the one that had the $4 and
Right.
change.
Yes.
The 2023
Is what
annual is what brought us down to
Yeah.
$0 and closed the committee. And
Yeah.
she did mark final disbands because I see it on
It
there.
is closed, yes.
Okay. But that report to close it was the one that was late.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there a reason why you didn't take the deal earlier? You've only had one violation.
I tried to take it. That's why I came up. I really didn't even know why I was here.
I was gonna say, I think we just needed a little more clarification.
Sure.
Right, because you were
Yeah.
confused.
Said she didn't want the deal and then she wanted.
Well, I think it was just more of a point of clarification.
Right. I just wanted to be very clear about what happened and why I thought it was closed and I didn't have to make another report.
It would be 25%.
Well, this is.
No, it's a second visit, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Saw that. Okay. Okay, I can get behind that.
Yeah, I would move that we apply a 50% fine for this committee.
We have a motion.
Second.
Okay, and a second. The 50% would be $150 and the mail cost is 66 cents. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, very good. Thank you. I'm sorry, I think I skipped you.
Order this.
Yeah.
The sound always gets.
Sorry.
Yeah. I was like, if you.
But you're the king.
Yeah, listen, I know who you are. I just somehow I overlooked you. That doesn't happen often, does it?
I'm pretty proud of myself. I can actually pronounce the names right.
I can give you.
If you're gonna have.
But I have your page numbers written down. He's like, if you know, I don't need.
We are not having another meeting.
You could ask for Ian.
Oh, that's true.
I can.
If you'd like to ask for a continuance, everybody's, I mean, you've already been up twice, so everybody's been waiting very patiently. So,
I'm just sick.
okay.
I can't even run sick. I want to get it over, so I'll ask for a continuance.
Do I need to have him?
I'll just have him write it down so we legit. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, go ahead.
You're fine.
Well, the good news is we'll be able to get this squared away. Close the matter or table the matter.
We did too.
I thought we did.
We did say, yeah.
Yeah, we did, I think, because you made a motion, I think.
Okay,
I
here's
think
my question. He just went over everything with her in the back of the room.
Abby's not going anywhere. That's fine. We'll document. That's, it's.
Okay, you got it?
Yep, and
Okay.
actually that'll work better for this.
Okay, great.
Okay, I'm sorry, go
No, no,
ahead.
you're fine, you're fine.
Thank you for everybody's patience. No,
Untabling?
he's writing a note. We tabled it.
Consider the continuance at the end.
Perfect, okay.
My name is Bruce Borders, serve as a state rep down in District 45. And I believe what the allegation was in my situation was I think a large contribution report.
Chairman,
Yes.
page 94 and 95. He's got two here.
Okay.
And the bottom line is that I know in the past, I think I've had one previous violation. Does that sound reasonable?
This is your fourth.
Well, okay, well, who's counting, but.
It's interesting. No one has overestimated the number of.
Yeah,
times
yeah,
I've been in
that
trouble with
is
this commission today.
I will ask though, if you don't mind, what was the previous, how many years ago has that been?
2008.
Okay. All right. And the reason I share that, and there is a reason for sharing that. That was back before we had to file everything with computer. And that's a game changer. And in fact, that's one of the things as somebody who's, been in many, many campaigns, I can still remember when Peggy Mayfield was introducing the legislation to have everything done on computer. I was like, oh man, but the thing about in the past, if you did get a contribution, a large contribution or whatever, you could fax it in and boom, it's done. All right. And so what ended up happening on the two contributions I got, and particularly if you're in a tough race, and some of you may remember, I had a very interesting, entertaining case on a residency challenge and from 3 years ago, and that was very interesting. And well, that individual happened to run again, and so I knew it was going to be a tough race with top tier opponents, quite frankly. And so I actually did the reason that you all even know that I did have the large contributions is because I did submit those large contributions. And then when I was talking to Michelle, I think in the final filing, I believe it was, she said, well, you've got a couple of outstanding
large contributions here that you've not finalized. And I didn't even realize, part of it is just to give you an idea of an actual campaign day. You're up early that morning, you're out going door to door. My days always ended at 10 p.m. I would quit campaigning at 9 o'clock because when you're showing up at houses after 9 o'clock in the spring and that late in the campaign, people think you're, just basically you're a stalker or whatever. So at 9 o'clock, that's about when the sun was going down that late in the campaign. You get home at 10. I don't use this for responding to campaign finance things and so forth from the HRCC. That's not an excuse. It's just not comfortable for me to do that. And so when I get home, from campaigning all day, knowing I'm going to be out the next day doing that, I'm looking to see, did I get any messages from HRCC? Did I get any messages from, the state Republican committee, whether it be a mailer or whatever? And so it's not like you necessarily got a check in the mail and you go, oh, I'm not going to report this. Again, as Senator Young had shared earlier, the primary purpose of that is so you're not holding anything back from anybody. Well, I did, as soon as I got those notices, I would go onto the computer, type in my password. And as Michelle can also tell you, there are times you can't even log into the system. It's tough at times. I mean, it really is. There were times, if you remember, that you actually had to go in and reboot something just so I could even log in. And that's not an excuse. I'm not looking to blame anybody, but I'm just telling you that's the real world of campaigning for office. And so I did file those large contributions. All right. What I didn't realize is there was a finalization that you had to do, which I was thinking was like on your final campaign report or whatever. And so I thought, okay, those are all filed. And even when I was trying to reach some of our finance people with the House Republican Campaign Committee, they weren't able to be reached because they were out going to door. I remember frequently they were in Sharon Nagel's race and so forth, up in kind of, not quite Northwest Indiana, but the western side of the state. And so reaching people can be really tough. And so I just want you to be aware that the bottom line is that in my mind and in my heart, I had indeed filed those. And that's why, again, you even were aware that those had been filed. And what I hadn't done is gone to one more page and done a finalization like you have to do on a campaign finance report. And again, not blaming anybody, but it is a software issue. It's something when you think, and especially, keep in mind 3 years ago, I never had any large campaign finance reports to file, unfortunately. But, and so this was the first time I had those, to even do. Again, I thought that they were done. And so when I filed them in there, they were kind of hanging out there in no man's land. And so I'm asking for a waiver. And you might say, well, why didn't you take a deal? Well, I felt like I had to explain my side of the story just so you understood what really happened.
I'm sorry to interrupt. The 5 minutes is up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Sorry.
So let me ask you, Representative Borders.
Sure.
We're inclined to grant the waiver. What do you think is a fair penalty to impose?
I mean, I hate the fact that it's a penalty because, and I'm going to answer with a political answer here, but it's a sincere one.
Yeah.
What happens is that when an opponent runs against you, they put you in an orange jumpsuit and they put you behind bars. I mean, I'm serious. I'm just telling you, if you don't believe that, talk to Brooks LaPlante, who paid for his own signs. And so, I mean, 25%, I would love to see that. I'd love to see nothing because, again, my argument was that I did file them. I just didn't realize there was another step that had to be done.
Exactly. Does that mean?
He entered the contribution.
This came up earlier, I think.
This came up with Senator Jackson, who entered her,
Remember,
added
he
the
said-
contribution and then didn't file the
He just
report. It
didn't
is a
go through with it and hit the file button. He
Okay.
entered them in the queue.
I knew someone.
You have to file, so they get to you report it, and then you have to.
There's another step that he did not do. Yes.
The CFA.
The CFA, yeah.
Yes.
But again, I had never had large contributions before since we had gone to everybody having to upload it on the software.
Okay, so by the way, I love your Elvis. I've seen it.
Well, thank you. That right there is worth a lot.
Way, here is the problem. Senator Lakeisha was Senator Jack.
We didn't rule on hers.
We didn't rule on hers, but she knows
that issue.
that she's going to be getting, she's gonna file the CFAs.
Mm-hmm.
And she knows then that makes her filing late, so she's gonna get hit for that.
Mm-hmm.
The CFA is, as we've said here today, everybody's presumed to know the law. CFA is a required filing. Filing, I'm sure the page probably said next or something, or go, but if it's a separate document, separate from what you filed, then you're supposed to know that. So that's the problem. And this is, you were here, this is your 4th time here. And so.
This is only my first time here since we've been filing it electronically.
Take that into
That's
account for
right.
everybody.
Mhm.
That-
Sure.
It doesn't reset whenever the process.
No, you're right. I understand, but it should.
Well, then you're the legislator.
Right. I would agree with.
So how much is the fine for total? $1,200?
Plus $1.36 for the
$1,300.
May I throw one other little caveat in there, though?
94.95.
One on 94 and 2 on 95.
Yeah, because there's 2 600s and then the one.
1,300 total
that
plus
Yeah,
mail.
so it's $1,300. And he does not qualify for a discount and give him a deal because.
No.
So what if I move that we just knock it down to 1,000? There's no substantial compliance under the law, but he did attempt to do this. However, you have to file it, and whether you click 2 buttons or one, you still have to do it. But I'm inclined to just say, let's just knock it down a little bit to 1,000 and let it be there.
So what's gonna happen with, let me ask a question here.
Sure.
Staff. So the situation with Senator Jackson, when she files the CF4s, she's gonna be coming here the same way, right?
Yes.
Do we have precedent? Because we're setting precedent. If we have not done this before, we are setting precedent today as to how we're going to be handling this. So if we haven't done it before, and this is ones that you've been on here the longest, and these people on the ends have been here forever. So if we haven't done it before, then first, do we want to do that? And if we want to do that, how much?
How do we?
Yeah,
It's a
Yeah.
slippery slope.
Yeah.
I'm not supportive of an arbitrary number. I just can't support that because that to me opens you up to the consistency issue. Because if you're just saying, oh, let's make it $1,000. Well, when this other gal comes back, like you said, I forget how many she had.
3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah. So and then everything's a little, you can't compare any of these situations. I think it's really hard to be consistent, in my opinion.
But I might mention, I'm arguing in my case, not hers.
Right.
I mean,
in the case of the commission, we have to consider this,
sure,
in the big
Presidential.
picture.
right,
yeah,
understand.
Every
So-
case is different, but
Mhm.
similar in some ways.
Okay.
We're not bound by prior decisions of this commission, right?
No, we're bound by the law. We have discretion
Right.
on the amount of fine, correct? Co-Director King, right?
Commissioner, that's correct. Within the parameters by statute, you have flexibility.
Right. So we have that flexibility. And so it's left up to us under what circumstances do we exercise it. And in this particular case, under these particular facts, we've never done it. Oh,
Well, yes, and I think Commissioner Celestino Horseman, excuse me, it's been late and I start to forget names. Is really actually hitting on the point that I'm thinking about is that under statute, you have the discretion of of lowering the proposed penalty to whatever you want. But we are under AOPA, and while I am not as fluent in AOPA as others are, because it only comes up here at these meetings, I would still say that most likely there is case law on being accused and someone appealing a decision of this commission to court on an abuse of discretion of the administrative law judges or what have you. But that would be the only thing I would mention. But again, I am not as familiar with AOPA as I am with state election law.
Yeah, it's one of the standards from judicial review is whether, you know, the decision is arbitrary or capricious, right? And that's what the arguments. And so even though we're not necessarily bound by what we do in the past, I mean, that's why we talk about it, so that we're just not kind of willy-nilly, you know, changing things all the time. I mean, change can be fine.
Are you inclined
changing.
are we inclined to show any judicial grace to Representative Borders today? I'm just.
Absolutely.
About it now.
I'm ready to descend down that slippery slope. Yeah, we haven't done it before, and so, and I certainly understand it. He's a nice guy, and he's been somewhat entertaining, making a nice break in our day and all that. And I understand what you're saying, but I think I'm going to make a motion. You can move to amend it. I'm going to move that the full fine be enforced on this case.
So in
Which
this.
is $1,200 plus. I was just gonna say $1,200 plus $100. Thank you. Plus
$2.04.
$2.04 in postage. So that represents both complaints that have been filed. 3.
I'd second that.
Okay, any more discussion amongst?
I guess the only thing I would say with respect to my distinguished colleagues is it seems to me a more egregious thing where some of these committees have failed to file altogether and we've waived the fee entirely than the case that's in front of us today. And so that's just my thinking on that is when we had some of these other petitioners that were up here and they didn't check the box to close their committee, and there was a number of years that passed, and we didn't find them anything. You know, that I guess that's just my perspective on it for the benefit of others.
The distinction there is that those committees were closed. They hadn't done anything since the date of the last.
Well, they weren't
deadline.
closed,
They-
but
yeah.
yeah, I understand
They
the
were
point.
closed before they came in here, I think on all of them and that. So in this case, committee's still going. Committee has been, whether you had to file it by computer or whatever, you've had to file that CFA form for a while. And so I would, and that's why I say, you know, giving grace is, I like to give grace, but you know, this is a brand new area and it's an open committee. And so I just, and
I did file it though. I did.
It deals with the, large campaign donations, which is something of real interest to the public and everything. Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to impose the penalty or the proposed fines on all 3 of these cause numbers, totaling $1,302.04. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
So we put it back on the agenda for the
No.
next time. right?
No,
No. It's waiver. It's waiver needs some work.
3 people voted yes, you can post the penalty, you only need your 3.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You're good.
Yeah. I thought, damn it, we're gonna have to do this again. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Now I've been going back and forth.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And he was sitting.
And
Okay, well, go. I'll let you go next. Okay.
Well, and like I said, I've got a proxy
yes,
here.
yes.
How do I?
where's
He's over there. I was like, oh, well, look.
The name is mine.
Yeah, Tony is my proxy. So what do I do? I've never had a proxy before when I've been here.
Oh, it's already been filed.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep, so we'll
Both of our proxies are here.
That's funny because I was thinking they had here cases and I was thinking, well, I can't let you cut because all these other people have been waiting. I would have thought that in my mind. Like, well, what do I need? I can't do that. Yes, thank you. Okay.
Again, it's been a pleasure. Yes, was fun. This was fun.
Thank you.
I like
Yes, proposed for the next two meetings.
Great.
In,
I don't know.
how did we I mean, I was gonna announce that at the end about the next two meetings. So should we just email them? How does that work?
It's our discretion as chair when you set the meeting, the extension. So
We'd appreciate your last.
We usually.
Yes.
that would be-
How about, I don't have contact information for both of you, and I did email you.
Yeah, I'll go back through.
Yeah, so go look in your junk, and
Yeah.
then, but I'll communicate tomorrow to follow up.
And you're free to give them mine. So let's. Sure.
Okay, thank you both.
Okay,
Okay,
thanks.
Here you go. Do you want your drink? Okay, sorry about that. Yep. I have three of these.
Wonderful. I want to make sure you had what you need.
Yeah. Thank you. Your wife formed it up for you.
Okay, great.
Next to me. Yeah. Both are new, so. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, we want the record to reflect. How do we do that?
Yeah, Maria is on the record still. So Maria, we're subbing in two proxies. Would you mind to each state and spell your name? I'll start with you first, sir.
Tony Overholt. Overholt.
And he is serving as proxy for Susanna Wilson Overholt. And then Karen Celestino Horseman's proxy.
Dana Colbert, DAYNA COLBERT.
Perfect. Okay, now, go ahead.
I do.
Sorry.
My name's John L. Couch. That's how my candidacy is on my candidacy. My campaign finance is Couch for Indy. And I don't have my cause number.
Madam
Hold on
Chairman,
one
that's
second.
on page 195, Couch for Indiana.
Okay.
That's 2025-7519-359. Has a, excuse me, civil penalty of $350.68, and this is his first time before the commission.
Thank you.
I filed my my finance report before the deadline, and then I received a notice that the finance committee denied, our finance board didn't get it, and so I went ahead and filed it right away. And so, but I filed it in time. I do not know what happened. The majority of the time when I have filed my finance reports, I go into Secretary of State's office and go with Miss Thompson. However, this time I did not, but I did do it in time. I did it correctly. And then I was notified that it was not filed. I filed it again right away. And so my campaign has $0. I haven't taken any money in. I haven't paid anything out. And so I request that you dismiss this because I have been on time with my finance reports before, and I'm caught up until January 2026.
Abby or Michelle, can you confirm if the committee is open or closed? Thank you.
With a zero balance.
So this relates to the primary,
Yes.
pre-primary
Yes.
report.
And Mr. Couch claims that the report was filed on time. Does
I
the
looked at
system
the
show?
log and the system did not show Mr. Couch logging in between January of 2024 and April 25th of 2024.
And the report was due?
April 17th, 18th,
Okay.
19th.
Thank you.
Were you here earlier when we were doing our deals?
19.
We just were curious why you didn't take the deal.
Because I asked that this be dismissed, so if there's any issues down the road, it won't go against me.
Okay. So you say that again about the login. You didn't show that he had logged in.
The log, the event log on
Mhm.
the online database does not show anybody logging in between January of 24 and April 25th of 24.
I don't know what your log showed, but I did file a report prior to the I filed my reports. I filed them on time. I do not know what happened.
I move to assess the penalty in full.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor, we have a motion and a second to.
Hold on a second. People come,
I'm sorry.
they have $0 and
You only get to make a point whenever you have permission from the chair. At this point, they're in discussion, so you'll have to
Since
give them
there's been a
more.
motion.
I have $0 in my account. I haven't had any
Sir,
money
we
in
have to
my
ask
account.
you to please.
And you
give them
still want to
permission
charge me
among them.
$350. I
Please.
disagree with you. This commission refused to hear my complaint against Mike Pence and Carly Macer, but yet you're going to charge me $350.
Mr.
I
Couch,
filed
if
it
you do
on
not
time.
like the decision of the commission, you can appeal it to a court, but no vote has been taken. There's a motion on the floor.
Well, I already have a civil suit open against the state of Indiana, so I'll take it back to there because I filed it on time. I have worked with this.
I don't know how the other commissioners feel, just during this comment section. I would have probably supported the 25% just because he hasn't been before us before. So can you explain maybe why you're thinking the full penalty? Just because he didn't take the deal?
You mentioned it. He didn't want it. He wanted
That's
to
true.
justify
And
himself.
others, I think, just in keeping precedent, others had come up and said there was some issues or they had some questions. Okay, that's fair.
And Madam Chair, I might add that even in these discussions from past commission meetings, the commissioners have sought to issue the full fine or another partial fine if that's what they opted to do.
Okay.
To kind of fall in line with that plea agreement, but ultimately it's your decision.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there's any more discussion, comments? There's been a motion and a second to pursue the proposed fine of $350, the mail cost of 68 cents, so a total of $350.68. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Do I get bonus points?
So for next, all you guys need to sit in the front.
Yeah, hi,
Yeah, thank you for your patience.
thank you. My name's Jonathan Myers, JONATHANMYERS. I am the current treasurer of the Third District Congressional Committee.
Okay.
We have two matters. One is 2025-4694-140.
Okay, give us 1 second here to find.
Just don't want to waste all my 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, you're on
Yeah.
pause. Okay,
That's
should
on
be,
78.
And the second one is 2025-4694-333.
original.
That's on page 182.
182. So it's also 182. Let's see. Yeah, I see. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I am the current treasurer of the committee. I was elected March 8th of this year. And we're trying to clean up some stuff that happened previously. So with respect to 140, our previous treasurer was 3 days late filing. He was sick. His wife had a stroke, and He has since passed away, so I don't know what the exact circumstances were as to why he was 3 days late. Then on March 2nd of 2024, he passed away. And the committee at the time had problems getting the records from his family. And got to the point where our vice chairman went to the family, got the records. That we still had time to file the pre-primary report on the 19th. But our vice chairman's son then passed away a couple days before the deadline, and so we were 7 days late on filing that report. I would have taken the deal earlier and saved my entire afternoon, but I didn't know what the extent of the fines were, nor whether we had any prior situations that had come up before this. So,
What are you asking for specifically? Just
so
so
I
he points it out.
would like you to consider either waiving the fines or reducing the fines.
Okay. Okay, so you've been, not you specifically, but the committee, has been before the board.
They've been before the commission twice and they've paid 3 settlement agreements. So this is their 6th delinquency.
And do you know what years those were? I'm just curious for my.
I got it, Abby.
There's a few listed.
2018 pre-elect, 2021 annual, 2022 pre-elect, 2023 pre-elect, 2024 pre-primary.
And
There's be one more ahead of 2018.
That, but we only go back to the five most recent.
I was gonna say, it's very difficult, I know, when there's, it's different on a campaign, when it's typically the same people. I know in this situation, it's different because it's rotating, and obviously with a death, it makes it even another complication, but
Were there other members that were available to step in? I mean, obviously there's.
Well, the chairman and vice chair are here if you would, they have both been sworn in if you have any specific questions for them.
This is your defense. I make your best case to us now. If you've got something to say, say it.
I drew the short stick on this one.
Would either of you like to say anything?
Only that the last one.
Please say your name. It's Rick Ringel.
Rick.
There is no defense actually, but
Your name.
Rick Ring. I am vice chair of District 3 Congressional Committee. No excuse on the last one. I had taken over for Ron after Ron passed away. We still don't have the stuff that his family has. We had to close everything out and then refile, but then my son passed away, and so I was, I think, 4 days late getting this one filed. So.
And that was, wait.
Would have been in 24.
2024 pre-primary.
I gotcha.
And I will say that the chair and I had no knowledge of any of those that were before the previous. I had no idea that any of these other ones were late. I thought the one with Ron and this one were the only 2 we had.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I feel like I wish I could say, let's make you a deal, but in the situation of this being the 6th time, I don't, the precedent of the commission doesn't allow for that necessarily, which I'm sorry. I don't know how the other members are.
Willing to take an unprecedented deal.
Oh, I'm sure. This is my first day, so.
I think in these current times, I would like to stick to a little bit of precedence.
Yeah.
Kind of think of some unprecedented things, so.
Okay, so do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to assess the full fine.
Okay,
Could I ask, what is the full fine?
yes, okay, so on cause number three, that ends 333, it's $400.68. So 400 is the fine, 68 cents for the mailing. And on cause number ending 140, it's $200 and then 66 cents for the mail. So it's a total of
601.34.
601.34. Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And a second for the proposed fine of $601.34. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
There'll be an order and
You'll get notice.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm
Thank you.
sorry. Thank you for being so
No.
patient. And you're the lucky.
She built by the hour.
Yeah, the last
This is-
hurrah. Yes.
This is on page 223.
Let's just say you were here before and we. Oh, yes. Uh-huh. Thank you.
yeah.
This is McCormick for governor, cause number 2025-6797-414. Proposed civil penalty of $1,000.78. It is their fourth time before the commission.
Hi, thank you, Commissioners. Brittany Doyle, Brittany, Doyle, Doyle. The penalty assessed against McCormick for Governor is for a late file contribution report, a CFA 11. The contribution in question, it was not a contribution at all, but rather a refund from a vendor. So if you look at page 2 of the packet that I provided, the quarterly report that was filed by the committee received funds of $85,444.50 from Sage Media Planning and Placement, and that is the committee was the committee's media buy vendor for the 24 election cycle. In the second box on that form, you will see that the committee noted that it was a reimbursement from the vendor for unused media ad buys. And that was sort of to delineate that these funds were not a contribution, but rather a refund, from the vendor of payments. On the third page of your packet, I did pull a list from the IEC website of all of the disbursements McCormick for Governor made to this vendor to verify the refund. They were substantial payment, I think by 3.2 million. And looking at the 2024 campaign finance manual, it does define contribution as any donation accepted by a candidate's committee and made for the purpose of influencing an Indiana election. As this was a vendor refund, these funds were not a contribution made for the purpose of influencing an election. And it was the committee's understanding at the time that it accepted this refund that a CFA 11 was not needed because it did not, we didn't believe it followed the definition of a contribution because it wasn't to influence an election. Additionally, page 4 of your packet, Sage Media Planning and Placement is incorporated, meaning that if this had been a contribution, it would have absolutely violated the limits itself. So the committee is asking that the commission waive this penalty in full.
Okay, so this one's different.
Can the staff
Yeah.
act as kind of a proxy of a prosecutor? Just what's the state's case against this campaign? I mean, I understand, I think, a little bit of.
So they added the contribution to the online site. They added the refund as a contribution because it's income. There's no other, there's contributions
Yeah.
and expenditures.
Right.
There's nothing else.
Right.
So it's positive or it's negative. And so it's coming into the account. Yes, it's a refund, but they add the contribution. It auto generates the, hey, you're a statewide candidate. You've got to file this CFA 11 within 7 days. They didn't, they waited 2.5, 3 months. What the only thing I can say is that on the other side of this, being for like an audit purposes, we would not have pursued the audit because a refund is not a contribution for audit purposes. It wouldn't be above the contribution limits for a corporation because it's a refund and not a direct contribution.
And if it's helpful, my background, I do compliance for mostly political party committees, but I work with the Federal Election Commission. I work with several other states, and I've never seen an instance where a refund would require a large contribution, again, because it's not considered a contribution.
I'm wondering, I'm inclined to table this particular matter and ask for something in writing, just because this is a little bit nuanced, and I want to be sure that we're actually following what General Assembly set forth in statute. Do other commissioners have strong opinions about this particular case? I mean, to me, it seems like it raises some novel legal questions.
Yeah.
So I'd like to be the beneficiary of briefing on this from the campaign and also the staff, if people were so inclined.
Yes, Commissioner, and certainly because we would have to explain, because and I don't know if we can explain it in the time here or in this context, it better be put into writing, but we need to go through the discussion of what is the definition of the contribution.
Right.
Including which Brittany has referred to, that there are a number of pieces which makes a piece of property a committee gets a contribution as opposed to other income. But we also have to discuss, though there isn't a lot of statutes on this, what other committees can get in the form of income, because other income must be reported, because it is a requirement of the Campaign Finance Act that when you file your campaign finance reports, you must report the cash on hand. And since, at least we'll go into the third part then on how you can use campaign dollars, is that campaign dollars can be used to be invested into money market account or what have you. And then you can get that income to use for political purposes. And we would need to put that into our write-up to you as well about how does that get done, and how have we seen in the past how that usually is going to get reported. And I'd probably, again, talk about the delinquencies of our very old campaign finance systems.
Yeah, I'd like to move to this commission that we table this matter pending further briefing from the campaign and the staff on the legal definitions that are at play from statute and any other factual considerations we should consider at the next meeting.
Yeah. So we have a motion to table this just for further review. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to table this issue for discussion at an upcoming meeting, which will be advertised. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think that's everyone. Thank you for being so patient.
Oh, thank you all.
Yeah. Okay. So at this point, there is the matter of continuances. So would the campaign finance staff identify any matters for which a motion for continuance was received for today's meeting?
Oh.
Is this under the green tab?
There's no, there's not.
No, we just have a list of cause numbers for you and names of the committees. It's 25-7783-167, Fight Back Indiana has asked for continuance. 2025-7838-292, Jay County Democrats. 2025-7838-323, oh, another Jay Democrats. 2025-7551-89 Grassroots PAC. 2025-7551-317, and the second Grassroots PAC. 2025-76-10-253 and 96 Martin Del Rio for Indiana. He has two causes. 2025-7533-87, 316 and 242, Indiana PA Political Action Committee. 2025-7923-324, 367 and 281, Jim for Indiana. 2025-7669-107, Citizens for Tim Radis. 2025-7944-1, Watermelon Jim for State Rep. 2025-7642-101, Committee to Elect Szymanski. 2025-7277-60, Hancock County for Progress. They have 5. 2023-7696-158, Jefferson County Libertarian. This one, at the very last meeting was issued a final continuance grant. It was granted for its last continuance. They again asked for a continuance this meeting.
Michelle, could you remind us what the commission did? Well, they set a policy at that commission meeting that if we gave them a certain number of continuances and said that was your final. Co-Director King, do you recall, or co-counsel? We can go back and look at our meeting minutes if we have to pull that one out.
The commission has for the past several years granted 2 continuances, and on the second continuance said, this is your final continuance that we will grant. That was what the Libertarian Party of Jefferson County was given at the September of 23 hearing. They have asked for now a 3rd continuance on this cause from 2022.
Madam Chairman, to address the question posed, yes, I think the commission's past practice has been accurately stated with regard to continuances in an initial continuance, which I understand is the case for all of the ones listed, except for the one committee identified.
But yes.
Have been routinely granted. However, in the case where a committee requests a continuance after having been advised that the continuance previously granted was final, I believe the commission has, at least on one occasion, proceeded to find the committee in default.
Okay.
And impose the penalty.
Okay. Okay, keep going with that list and then we.
Okay, 2025-5475-187, Indiana Speech, Language and Hearing Association, PAC. 2025-7150, 393 and 394, Committee to Elect Reagan Hatcher.
Okay, so on that list, then the only one that previously requested a continuance was the one we just talked about. Okay. So how about we take a motion and a second to grant the continuances for the group, and then we'll address the one
issue.
If that's okay. Is there a motion to grant the request?
Madam Chair, if I might, I don't know that you would want to consider the full group because that one is part of that group.
Hold on, I got one more, 2025-1907. This was Senator Young for his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 406, 407, 408, 409, 410, 411, and 412.
Okay, well, I mean, obviously, we're not doing it on the whole group because we're gonna approve all of those excluding the Jefferson County Libertarians or whatever it was you said.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion to grant the continuances for all of those committees excluding the one. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any more discussion, thoughts? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, so on the one, what we need to probably look up that cause number.
It is 2023-7696-158. It's on page 3 of your spreadsheet.
Okay. Libertarian Party of Jefferson County. $350.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to deny the continuance on this matter.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to deny the request for continuance. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay,
Do we need to vote to impose a penalty by default? Okay.
oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so, okay. I recognize the campaign finance staff to present information regarding campaign committees subject to administrative dissolution by the commission.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, your little blue tab. These committees can be administratively dissolved. They have not filed a report in 3 years and they have a balance of less than 1,000. Both chairman and treasurer have been notified.
Okay. Okay. I move the commission do the following. Make a finding that there is no evidence that any of these committees continue to receive contributions, make contributions, or otherwise function as a committee. Make a finding that, according to the best evidence available to the commission, the dissolution of these committees will not impair any contract or impede the collection of a debt or a judgment by any person. Make a finding that the prudent use of public resources make further efforts to collect any outstanding civil penalty imposed against these committees wasteful or unjust, and that therefore the commission administratively dissolve each of these committees. Is there a
Seconded.
second?
Seconded.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Is anyone present? Okay, obviously no one's here. Okay. Is anyone present to testify on any remaining campaign finance hearings scheduled for today? Seeing none, I declare the hearings on all remaining campaign finance matters scheduled for today closed, including the continuance that was denied. Is there a motion to impose the entire amount of the proposed penalty plus mailing costs in all remaining campaign finance enforcement actions?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and the motion to impose the penalty is adopted. I think maybe the last thing we want to discuss is for the convenience of the committees granted continuances today on campaign finance matters and to finalize the 2025 voting system protocols. After receiving feedback, I would ask if commission members would have availability to attend meetings or to designate a proxy on the following dates. And obviously, since you two are proxies, we will communicate with them. The two dates that I had would like to propose are Tuesday, October 21st. That would be the next meeting at 1:30 p.m. And then I had some flexibility on either November 4th or November 6th. It would be a Tuesday or a Thursday. And honestly, we were discussing this. There's obviously not an election this year, but I know a few counties are having special elections or referendums or whatever. So I don't know if that would be of any consideration to the body meeting. But either of those dates.
That works for me.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I would add though, for
Yes.
1021, are you expecting to do stuff with the 2025 VSTOP protocol? Was that the intention? I thought I heard you say that.
Will depend upon the report from VSTOP.
I mean, as long as the report from VSTOP is
Right.
ready.
Well, VSTOP sent us an email this afternoon. They contacted the vendors and asked for a feedback date of October 24th. So that would be after the date of that meeting.
Okay, I would say we could ask VSTOP to adjust accordingly. I mean, it's just 3 days. So,
Right, but the commission this morning said that they would give the vendors 30 days to respond. And so the October 24th date was 30 days from today's date or thereabouts.
can I decide later or do I have to decide right now? Okay, we'll just keep you posted.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you have a thought on the second date?
I would prefer Tuesday, just
Okay.
based on my schedule.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if the idea of a few counties having a special election mattered.
Would it be
Um,
1:30 as well?
Yes, both would be at 1:30.
Madam Chair, I will say on special election days, counties do reach out to us with issues or problems, and depending on the length of the meeting, if it goes past 6 o'clock and counties are trying to close and they have to access the statewide voter registration system or report election results, they oftentimes reach out to us. So we may have to step out to assist those counties.
Okay. I will confirm all of that. As I said, that is why I had chosen two, because I wasn't quite sure if that would be a factor. The Indiana Election Commission has finished its business for today. Is there a motion for the Indiana Election Commission to adjourn?
So moved.
Those in favor say aye.
Second.
Oh, I need a second. I'm sorry.
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Indiana Election Commission meeting is adjourned.
All right. Let me get out of there since now she's skipped this.
Sorry.